Hello and welcome back again to X4 and our adventure. We got a defense station and our computronic substrate factory, as well as the soul juice factory up and running yesterday, and we are already upgrading them to fit our needs. While this is happening, we also discussed getting a support fleet for at least the defense station. That still is in need of a name. Defense 1 is nothing that I wanted to be named for a long time. And we need a ship, a capital ship to dock there. Alenia. And do the repair works. What do we do? The first thing I thought about doing was to quick check on St. George. How are our miners doing? Sorry for that. 26, that's 2013, and the mineral miners, we know they are up to the numbers they should be. The resources are all being provided. In the case of silicon carbide, that can take some time, but slowly but steadily it's all coming together. So let's have a blast from here, I think. Okay, money is pouring in. We're almost halfway to the next payout. So I don't think we have to worry about anything. The defense station will hold up just fine. Only need the support fleet to get more ships to be evacuated there for an achievement. And for the time being, I would say we just stick here and stay here, supporting all of that. And once we are a little bit further into the stream, we will then head off to Boron Space. Follow the invitation by the Alliance of the World. Alliance of the World. Oh, the caffeine. Our headquarters is currently not researching anything. We could start or try to start researching the teleportation range 3, which will, when finished, allow us to teleport to any point on the map, to any of our ships anywhere on the map. Not to any point, but to any of our ships that can be in any system, so there are no limitations. But considering that, I just remember we have an Argent quest going. We need to buy destroyers for the Argents. So of course, having a preset there, because drones and flares will, it's only equipment that will be compensated. We can build ourselves a formidable fleet and just send them over. That costs money. Let's have a look at the selves of formidable. Let's have a look here. So the ships, we will receive the ship's worth plus 50%. That's we will come out to 150%. Oh, and I'm a little bit confused. Give me a quick second. I think we're having technical difficulties. One moment, please. And I'm back. Okay. Problems hopefully resolved. So we'll keep collecting wrecks here. The Okinawa is the Okinawa is still bringing in materials, but it's not much that is remaining. There are a few hull parts and a few Claytronics, and those Claytronics can be sourced relatively quickly. We can do this manually even. Let's just get a few more. Should then, in theory, be enough. First, trade with build storage to see how many we need. Yeah, we need 33. And put an additional 258 into the storage. That will most probably be scattered, but yeah, better safe than sorry. And after the Trinity has done this, while she is doing this, we will wait for a little bit of money to complete our quest here. Hi, Crash. Hello. I hope you're well. The enemy Asgard, or the Terran Asgard, is snooping around here. It has defeated a K. It has to now fight another K. So I think the ship might get into problems here. Don't know yet, but we'll see. So anyhow, see. The next payout will be around about 15 million, so we activate CETA to have this get along a little faster. And also to have the build proceeding a little faster here. This will start the production, but it will of course come to a halt again up to the point where we have all the silicon carbide ready. I will always have to have an eye on the situation here. Haze might just appear all of a sudden. We'll have to do something about that as soon as it happens. Thank God is not right. And substrate out. So that's our first payout of roughly 20 million. That's our first payout. Yeah. You know, can't everything go like planned. There it is. We will have to wait for the next payout, I think, which will then be, it gives a payout each time. There. 19 million. So we will then be at 56 million, which is short of us being able to afford all 3 destroyers. And as soon as they are built, we will then send them on the merry way. The quest. Quest says that they have to have all equipment slots filled. So that's precisely what we will do. Just get them ready basically and save them as a new setup here. Okay. This is the high class fitting. All slots filled means that we do not have unnecessary stuff with it. It would drive up the cost for us, but not be paid out. And you see we're roughly 20 million for that per ship. So yes, we will need 60 million. So the next payout won't even be enough. We will need a little bit more than that. As soon as we got that, we should then be able to start building the fleet for our defense station. The fleet that Ice Cream's Katana will then lead. That will do point defense around our station. Please do not forget this goes relatively quickly, but it will now, the baseline will now increase as well as each module is being built. I'm fine, thank you. I'm a little bit nervous. Not nervous. I'm fine. I'm excited. I'm excited for today or for tonight and for what's about to happen. Really looking forward to going off to new shores and meeting some Boron friends on the way. So as you can see, the pioneers are buying our stuff. Yeah, that was really something. 150 viewers. I was so unwilling to end the stream, but I was also so very tired. And the stream was going on for 8 hours at that point, and it was 6 a.m. here. So I had to cut it, sadly, yeah. But yeah, maybe we'll get a few more viewers than usual today as well. I'd be very happy. Let's have a look how the Asgard is doing. Ooh. Our ship has been disconnected from the Asgard. Or are you still on the Asgard and it just... Oh yes, he is still apparently on the Asgard. Oh, and he has just been destroyed. Okay.
We're taking hits.
Oh. Ooh, Delilah Swanson is taking heavy hits. Oh, there's a K. However, that thing came to dwell there. This is a very serious situation. Let's see if we can somehow help it.
Entering system. Take first
because I
choice.
don't really want to lose this ship. Okay. Ooh. Where did that K come from? Okay. Well, CRH will, since he is not modded, retire a little bit to there. And we will try to get revenge on that murderous K over there. So there was all of the stuff going wrong at the very same instant, basically. There he is. Turn. Let's try to get his drives deactivated. No, its turrets must go first. some reason, I still can't target
Okay.
his turrets, which I usually should be able to do at this point, but I can't. And that is a problem that I have since we got this update. I cannot target. Yeah. And now they are shooting us and I cannot do anything about it. So we might just lose that ship because I cannot target turrets.
Hull damaged.
Yeah, we're dead. Oh, this is so devastating. I know, we might just survive it, but it is... I don't know why I cannot target the turrets. I'm clicking on them, and this should usually just be all it takes, but it just wouldn't target them. So the thing we now need to do is repair the ship at the shipyard.
This will be bad news for you.
And then we have to find out why this didn't work. And yeah, we have a Xenon K going wild here. So I have no idea what this is, why I cannot target subsystems anymore. Usually you just clicked on them and you had them targeted, and now I just can click and... yeah. You can't click any modules that are within the bounding selection box. The bounding selection box? What do you mean with that? What do you describe as the bounding selection box? And hello, Disco Prime. Box for 3. Okay, let's have a look. I'm trying to do that, but I can't currently. And I can't click on any modules that are within that box? That's strange.
Okay.
I mean, he has always destroyed...
Argon trading station.
Oh, yes, of course, that box. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. That's a very good idea, thank you. And I was wondering why... because this is new. This worked pre 7.6, just like a charm. So I was really confused by that. Okay. Then we will go with your way. I mean, of course, we still have to do repairs first. Oh yes, they definitely do. The problem is, of course, now the K is on the loose. We will see. Because we will have to fly quite some time to reach the wharf and do the repairs. I was really wondering why I couldn't hit. Okay, now we know. You know what? Next thing on the task is
This will allow you to construct much improved.
this.
If you could, please gather the required materials.
Let's try to get our shield mods strong as possible and get an exceptional shield mod on the ship, because I have an exceptional shield coil, right? Maybe at the station. No, I have it in one of the ships that I can disassemble it from. In a fighter at all. So yeah.
Entering system. Argon Prime. Okosi. Sentinel.
Okay. Yeah, I got what you mean. I will try that as soon as we are repaired. We will head back to that. Okay, because usually in a 1v1, that K shouldn't have stood a chance. By the way, this Discu says they need to fix that for sure. Has that bug already been reported? Because I think that's quite the important issue to fix. Let's have a look. The forum is so vast, I can't just check it right now. But I will check tonight or tomorrow morning, and if there is no report out, I will
Ides, Argon Shipyard.
write a bug report and, if necessary, even ticket. Because that is absolutely worth reporting, yes. And definitely needs a fix ASAP. Because that got me killed yesterday, or almost killed yesterday already. But then all of a sudden it worked. That might just be because it was out of the box by then. Okay.
Requesting permission to dock.
Successfully docked.
Permission granted.
I mean, this still only has the Mark II
It's an
shields,
honor to have
so
you
there
aboard.
will of course be better shields and stuff, but at the moment we are just here for this. This is 1.6 million gone, or 1.7 million even. But yeah, that needed to be done really, really badly. So, where did the K go? Is it this one? Oh, no, I don't think it's that one. Did it just bugger off? No, there it is. Good. Boop boop. Hi, ice cream. By the way, Disco, thank you very much for that description of the problem. Would have taken me ages to figure out why it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Hey, have a look. We gain more speed than we did on the way here. Yeehaw. (1969, 1970). Yeehaw.
Entering system. Patikva's choice.
Okay. Let's see. That K can do a lot of damage there, or it can just blab itself. And I think it's going to blab itself, but we will see. I mean, it takes huge amounts of damage there. And it stops, so I think it is done for, but we will see. It might just as well destroy all the defense platforms and then have free reign over the territory, right? So as long as the yellow line still exists that tells me to fly to the K, he is still alive. As soon as the line disappears, he's gone. So we've got nothing to test the problem on now. But we've also nothing that shoots at us for the time being. So that's something good. We desperately need a looter there, but yeah, one thing after the other, right? So let's have a look at St. George. All the carbide is there. We are working. Brilliant, yes. And money's pouring in. Good. Let's just place this ship where it belongs, because this ship belongs on the front lines. Especially when we have it rigged out later on. We need it to be somewhere close. Be able to intervene. If something just breaks through. Because we don't have our defense fleet yet. The Ice Scream's wing is not yet prepared. So,
Entering system.
but before we do that, Ice Scream, I will
exchange.
lag. I will build the 3 destroyers here. That will instantly give us 150% of the money's worth in rewards. Plus, we finish our Argon versus Xenon mission, which opens up branch of missions to us again, because you can only ever have one of them at a time. That of course limits us in what we can do. The Argon missions currently. But as I said, we need money for that, and even the current slab of money that will arrive when the station pays its next payout won't be enough, I think, because we are very close to that. Yeah, will come any minute now. I don't know, maybe in 7 minutes, and maybe it has increased by then because the next Computronic substrate factory is up by then. No, it is not. Ooh, this is a race. So, yeah, the plan for today is consolidating the defenses in, or hardening the defenses at the defense station, getting the ships there ready, so a defensive fleet, and either a supply ship or a carrier. And buying a large miner, a Terran miner, but that can come a little bit later today. And when all of that is done, we will head out to, and that's roughly in an hour, I think. We'll head out and meet the Borons. And do the Boron quest line to unlock even more areas to mine in and to sell directly from Gitsufun up into the space of the wonderful aquatic fish friends that I hope every one of you loves. Because I for sure do. Yeah, that happens from time to time. When the sun is a little bit, it's not basically at its highest, and it shines in from the side. Then of course there can be clouds and rain above you, and you should have once the sun is in front of you and the rain is in front of you as well. You should have very beautiful rainbows. Maybe even if this is, as you said, wild, maybe even double or triple rainbows. Okay. They are all done now. Money was paid out. Next payout will then be enough to get the 3 destroyers that we need. After that, we will then have enough money to start buying the ice cream fleet, because that will be a pretty expensive fleet, to be honest. That's from the price we are somewhat, yeah, I think it's Asgard territory there. After my first self-contained Halberds factory, I started a new complex in 18 billion. Okay. A separate solids and liquids factories. Beautiful, brilliant, yes. I think you might have seen a video regarding that topic. I forgot who did it, but yeah. Was it Captain Collins? I'm not sure it was Captain Collins. There is somebody did a video about how to set up your factories and solid and liquids in Francis John. Thanks. So yeah, we're talking about the same video. Okay. By the way, Francis John, wonderful YouTube channel. Can really recommend it. He has a lot of tips for X4 players. Okay, one more done. Let's see the money that is coming in. 59 already. We're racing through this now. You can see how many sales we have, and now we are at 2,000 for the first time. Yes, that is a problem. I mean, most of them are still valid. But if you go for their best resources here and there, they of course have shifted. There are, for example, the system Watchful Gaze is even the story says it has almost no resources, which is completely wrong. Watchful Gaze has an abundance of resources. It just has no water. And of course, for the borons, water is the most, or ice, and that's the most needed commodity for the provinces adrift. So they had a problem there, but you can get almost everything else there. Beautiful system for that. Boron are a trip. Excuse me? The trap. Sell me water, then pull me over for having water. Are you sure that we're Boron and not the Vigor Syndicate? Because water is not illegal at the Borons. It is illegal in the Vigor Syndicate. Or is it? I don't think it is. Let's see. We should already have met a few of them. Odd. Oh no, of course we don't. Dock Province Adrift, there they are. So actions. No idea how they got up, but there were a few of them around all of a sudden. Illegal goods. There's no water in the illegal goods. It must have been the Vigor Syndicate then. Because they quite literally do exactly that. That's what they do. That's what their food rations, ice, and water. That's illegal there. So usually the Borons don't pull you over for having water. You might have had an illegal item in your inventory, so in your personal inventory, and they scanned that and pulled you over for that, but not for water. Okay. Still no payout. Oh, yeah, payout was already there. Ooh. Missed the payout, almost had the next one. So yeah, we are finally gaining money there. This is beautiful. Let's see how many destroyers we can build with the stuff they have on storage. I don't think it will be many. Usually, if I do stuff like that, I will add an MM before the ship. This means this is for missions. And we want 3 of those. And they are missing weapon components. Well, weapon components should not be that big of a problem. I'm pretty sure there was a weapons components factory somewhere around. I might be wrong. Oh yeah, there it is. But it will not cloak the illegal goods in your inventory. It will just cloak your cargo hold. The illegal goods in your inventory will still be scanned. What you can do is when you are around and somebody scans your inventory is just get up and let the pilot take over, and then they will scan his inventory and he will be clear because he doesn't have inventory, and then you can sit back down. Or you just teleport out of the ship and come back 2 minutes later when the scan is done. Should be able to build both, so there are not enough weapon components for 2 of the destroyers. Yippee-yay.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, then await your orders. But we have paid roughly 60 million for these 3 ships, so let's hope the payout is 90 million then. Use a raw resources depot when building factories so divided up that you basically you don't have miners at the stations, but you have basically a big station where all the silicone and stuff is collected, and your ships get it from there. I think that's not going to work very well, to be honest. The thing is, you will have to have, because this is solid or gaseous material, right? You cannot just have a hauler go there that has only container storage. You would have to have dedicated miners to go from the station to the trade hub, get the solid material and bring it back over. And when you have those miners, why not send them actively mining? No? I once had the thought as well, why not get the miners to do it, and then I have dedicated, very bulky trade ships to get the material, but storage type. And yeah, so I defaulted back to that. By that time, I used the Donya as a miner, which is quite a good ship and very good at mining and very fast and very powerful. But nowadays, I don't think it is as good as it was. You just use L miners then. I always use L miners for my big factories. I don't use them in the Terran space, and I would particularly use them in this playthrough because the Terran miners for big scale operations are too slow. Just get yourself L miners. If you want to have a tip, get yourself some argon. How are they called? I usually always get them. Magnetars. You can fit magnetars with just the main large mining laser, and the rest is flak. And good luck to any cog that comes near this ship, because it has a lot of shield. The cog won't be able to break that shield, even if there are 5 or 10 ships. This ship will just slowly chew them down. So go with them then. If you like them, just go with them, roll with them. Why don't we get the interface I want? Oh, because, all 3 of them are already done? I can only see 2. Where is the third? Are you 2 in 1, basically? They were slotted into each other. Okay.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, you will get your orders. Okay, let's get the 3 ships to fly there. Big boxes moving stuff around. Have you ever played Eve Ice Cream? I think you did. There's the long thin box called Charon, and then that's the Star Wars inspired box called Fenrir, right? Oh. Okay. So we will have this mission finished soon. The Sharon, yes, but the Fenrir itself, if you have a look at it, I think it's very much inspired by the design of the Sandcrawler, of those, the dudes that steal the droids.
Awaiting orders.
It's basically that, just the tracks are missing. I was very precise where for you to fly. You just go somewhere else. Okay. 2 ships, 3 ships. Okay, let's wait. Yeah, the Eterons. I really liked it when they were called Eteron 1 through 5, or Mark 1 through 5. The name changes were good for orientation reasons, but I really like the naming convention there. Because it literally makes, it's they are the Galanti. They are somewhat oriented with the French, and just like the French did, Iteron 1 to 5. Oh, we have a new king. Just increase the number by 1 and give him the same name. That's basically what the French did. So I found it very funny that they took the lazy naming convention, increased the number by 1, and called it Mark 5. Brilliant.
We need to perform a transfer.
Yes. Transfer the fleet. Yes.
Great work.
84 million. Okay, well, not 90 million, but still okay. Think. Let's see. I mean, I don't really think this is already enough money for what we planned for. But let's see. No, wrong. Absolutely wrong. Jian, there we are. Defense wants patrol. 6 million. We want 20 of those. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Ice cream, your fleet is building. Oh, the Hatika Free League wants to talk to us. Okay, yeah, later on. So, next thing would be to get either a carrier, or I think a support ship will also serve in a auto repair role, right? Yes. Good. So, resupply ships are better for that role than carriers are. I know we plan to get a carrier for that role, but the problem is the Terran carrier only has 1 MDoc, which means only 1 ship can repair at the same time. On the other side, the Honshu, the auxiliary ship, has, I think it was 2 or even 4 docks. I think it has 2 docks. Okay, 2 MDocs and 4 ships capacity, so it can house multiple, or 2 ships at the same time recharging, and has a lot of turrets as well. So I'm not really sure. It has. Does it say the turret size turret number somewhere? Well, it's 56 as default, and the carrier has a lot more turrets, I must admit, but just 1 MDoc. Of course, it has more HP as well. That's just the question. What do we want as a repair ship? I think we will go with the Tokyo if it is not much more expensive. 48k, 51k. So let's go with the Tokyo then. Yeah, the Ox is better for larger than fighters, and your Giants are medium size. But the thing is, a passer by K could just knock the auxiliary ship out of action or kill it. The Tokyo has a much better chance at withstanding the damage. So that's the point we, of course, have to also consider. No, there will not be a fighter escort. You will only have the Giants, 20 Giants, and yourself. But you are basically defended by a whole station, right? Your area of operation will basically be here. So the stations will have your back all the time. I didn't forget about crew? No, I didn't. Okay. Heavy losses, Doreen, when you're in sector? Doreen? Sorry, if that are any foreseen. I will not be in the sector. Only absolute emergencies, and then those losses basically should be not that bad. Because, I mean, it's a Jian. It's not a ship that can't defend itself. And cannot hold itself. I mean, it has how many medium shields? Two? Two MK3 shields. That's a lot. From friendly fire, no. Please remember they only have beam turrets. And the station itself cannot harm other ships except on the ship that you are yourself are flying. I would have to be on board one of the ships for friendly fire to occur. Yeah, I noticed that when a plasma bullet once just passed through a ship right next to me and hit me. So that shouldn't be any problem in that regard. So, the Jian's almost ready. So let's build a cute little wing there. Second. I will send you for a very short period into a new and improved pause screen. Back we are. Okay. All the Jians are ready. And commander. Let's say attack with commander for the time being. That is what can happen, yes. This game is not very linear, but I had playthroughs where I basically had the same problem. Just try to keep ahead of it. This is wings. And you will now and Commander Beta, and can you now position defense? There we are. Beta group, and you will do your position defense right in the middle there. I think I can. Can I change the size of that? Could I or could I not? I cannot. Okay, I thought I was able to decrease the protection radius, but I can't. But yeah, that's basically the radius in which your ships will protect. We can pull them back a little. Like that. That. And then they will just protect within the confines of the station. And further back. And you and your whole team, there you are, moving out. Let's give them a good formation. Inverse V shape is always something I find very susceptible. I usually, when there's low skill, go for circle. Yeah. And with your fleet here, you will even maybe do the oh no, I forgot something. Oh yes. Damn. Can I somehow reconfigure you all? I don't think I can. This is just design. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Okay. Didn't really want to have to do this for. Oh. Can't change it. Do I need to add a satellite to all of them for it to work? Okay. Then be it. This should have been set up while buying the ships, and I forgot about it. Let's just send them back and re-equip, and then they will join you in the defenses. Yeah? Of course it has. Let it get up to that point, and the more stations there are, the higher the operating budget. So they will now attack fighters first, I hope. Let's see, you are currently repairing. Yeah, you're currently doing your job, but now getting out. Let's see, how are you set up? Yes. Okay, that worked. Good, very good. Okay. You know what? You don't have to do point defense. Your ships do not have to do point defense. Can in theory let you do point defense, but you don't have to do it as point defense. Can do is we can just freely set you to protect position. This is even better. Your subordinates are set up for interception, which is good. Because interception is fighter killing. And you are set now to protect position, and we will just select this position, and we can now give you, let's say, an 8 kilometer range, which basically will keep you inside the gun's range all the time. We can even pull you back just a little, and then you have a really good arc up here. Okay, that should, I think, be the ideal way of defending everything. And your subordinates should all be following suit. Yep, there's a straggler. Next thing, Tokyo. The Repair Tokyo. That's what its name will be. That is Scout. I think it will be W Repair Tokyo. This is just for ordering it then. Let's see, how are your turrets set up? Oh, we can do that later. Sector travel, safe travel. Sector activities is yes, yes. Okay, let's go. This is the first time ever I'm building a Tokyo. Huzzah. I think the giants will I think they will be evil. I think they will do a lot of damage, especially when there is a carrier there. And what we will additionally get is 3 looters. Or 2 looters. Let's get 2. And they will be absolutely packed with boost capacity, boost acceleration. With speed, basically. No satellites, no probes. Just crew. No guns, that's important. I don't want them to have any idea of shooting back, they just run. Okay. Let's call them. Of course, Looter 02. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, once the Tokyo is ready, we will get on board the Tokyo and get the looters to dock on the Tokyo, and then we will fly with the Tokyo to the station while we basically are on board in a seated capacity. We will really have a good look at her maneuvering, because while I did not ever buy her up to this point, I think she's still a beautiful ship, right? Okay, we are almost out of money. Everything is... Ooh. I have never been this high at storage before. While still, I don't think there's much of that left already. If we add all this up, let's pause for a second. Because we, of course, need to know how our sales are doing. It is 3.5, right? So let's add 214 plus 46 plus 135 plus 576 67 plus 490 plus 214 plus 214 plus 82 plus 550 plus 472 plus 214 plus 214. That's 3,388 of those are already sold. So we are not backing up. It is everything is being sold. They are just horrendously far away in some cases. So yeah, we are basically still sold out. So we are using up 384k energy cells per hour. You produce none because you're completely filled up. Okay. Okay. We need more storage. Or do we? Let's just build more storage. I don't know if we necessarily need it, but let's just build it. Because we can. Okay. One of the next chips we'll get is our own builders. Train service crew on them. So your crews are slowly arriving at their posts. All of, yeah, you of course being the first on station. There's the Tokyo. So let's teleport to her.
Entering system. Sol.
And have
Entering the moon.
beautiful Luthers knock on her. Being. While she herself is going to dock up the defense station. She will dock there.
Navigation. Fly to the following position.
So she talked to navigation, so there will be a navigation officer this time. There he is.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo hold.
Sure. Scan anytime.
Just
Scan results
undocking.
show that you're all clear.
And already scanned by police. Yes, the Terran Protectorate, ladies and gentlemen. So there she is. I mean, the front hangar is absolutely stunning. I mean, this, with the side openings, this really reminds me of a US supercarrier. And the small detached medium landing spot on the back, exposed to the elements, that reminds me of a German frigate. Or corvettes? I think we do only have corvettes. At this point.
Entering
But I must say, I'm impressed. She makes good speed. She really moves. Compared to an Asgard, she is fast. Really fast. The travel speed. Yeah. Really fast. Really, really impressed.
I have come to the end of my research.
Oh yes, Bozo, congratulations. Can you please do this once more?
If you could, please gather the required materials.
Entering
Let's just...
asteroid
yeah,
belt.
there is enough money there. Okay, yeah, let's see. Can buy everything. This could now lag a little bit. This would have lagged like hell in the last patch, so they really did a good job here. And there we are out.
Entering system. Getsufune.
Excuse me once more. Whew.
Entering system. The void.
The void already. Second contact, flashpoint. I'm Argon Prime and then Atticus Choice already. So we are really moving. Hmm? Oh, okay. I seem to have set up hotkeys for scenes. Okay. I cannot remember to have set them up, but yeah. Okay, that's an error that should have been solved a long time ago already.
Requesting immediate backup.
I'll embrace you.
Oh, the loot has undocked. Okay, they have read. Oh no, they were just docking. They didn't catch up earlier. What? Crazy.
Entering system. Second contact.
You had forgotten? You had forgotten what? Oh. Getsufune then. Okay. Yes, in German it is Getsufune. Thank you, Falcon. Oh, in German I would say Getsufune. The thing is, I have heard many English people say Getsufune, so I say Getsufune in English. So I will say with Getsufune then. Thank you. Let's just get the traveling be done in low attention mode.
Grand
From here,
exchange.
I've seen the ship move. It moves brilliantly. Oh shit, okay. Well, Shikisha. You are right. I think it says Getsufune, yeah. I mean, Can we currently just check? No, we cannot. No ship in there. Well, strictly speaking, Getsufune is, I mean, this is a German game. It is written Getsufune, but I think it is a phrase used in Japanese, where they then, of course, write it in Japanese, and it's just a romanization. So from I think, what is this? Is this kanji to romanji? So yes, of course, a lot gets lost there as well. Might get lost there. There we are. The ring of ship interception is working. But they are a little bit far behind, so let's give them a little bit more.
We've found something out here.
And Ben, what, already? Yes, already! They already shot the first pilot out. Oh, this is working brilliantly. Ooh!
We've found something out here.
Thank you, ice cream. Please ignore it for the time being. I will come over there later. Yeah, the guys are doing a great job there. I will pull them back a little bit because that is farther than I wanted them to move out. Can I somehow tell them to completely obey by the box? Protect position. Well, I could go for protect station. I don't. You can't. Nope, you can't determine range there. So we would go away from. Oh no. And once again, do protect position then. 13 kilometers at first, and then let's reduce it to 8. So yeah, right center of the skill box. Big leaks were killed by the locals. Yes, their job is to basically kill all the, I mean, attack small ships and force pilots to eject from the ships. And that's basically where we will have a small ship come in. Oh, and this ship has arrived as well. So let's first set up the looters. Okay, you do not have the required skills. Burrito. Come.
Can I help?
Yes, you are not now trained in
Over
piloting.
and out.
So here you go, repeat order. I want you to collect drops. Pull you a little bit further back. Buddy will do the same. Let's get into the frog.
Entering system. Multi-class choice.
Yeah. Japanese is not easy to speak for, especially not for a European person. I don't know, Falcon, if you are maybe Japanese yourself or of Japanese heritage or live in Japan or just have a strong connection to the Japanese language. And but yes, we do not want to insult anyone. It's just that it never occurred to me that Getsufune would be even is Japanese. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. It was just a name.
Engaging.
Go away.
Try harder next time.
Help. There was a lot of plasma and pulse lasers and beam lasers and but thankful I wasn't in the middle of that. There he is. Ready to be captured. Hello, guys. You did a wonderful job there. Keep on the good work. Okay. Uh-oh, the lights are on again. That means shit is about to get real again. You want to learn a few funny things about this game? Because it has its little quirks, especially when... Or what I find especially fascinating is with the repair mechanics. Let me show you something. When I repair the ship and get onto it, you don't have to scan it. You can just use your repair laser to hijack ships. Not to read data leaks on stations, but to repair those on ships and get the ship for yourself. That works. So,
Tokyo.
if I was to repair my ship on this Tokyo,
You like a pile of junk hardware?
I would dock it, which takes time,
Successfully docked.
and then I would ask to repair it. And realize it for some reason worked. Usually it says tells oh no, it's only on the Hyperion. Yeah, on the Hyperion it tells you don't have the necessary materials to repair the ship. Does it do it here as well? I have repaired the ship, but it's not repaired yet. It has been scheduled for modification. You see, I do not have the necessary parts to do the repairs immediately, right? Remove any orders and assignments. Now let's find your pilot. Or maybe we don't have to be... Let's see. We can't do it without a pilot. So let's find any old pilot here. Worst skill ever. Yeah. Oh yes. We got a Magnetar Vanguard for the quest we did, and there's a Marine on board. So yeah, let's just work somewhere else for me, and you will work here. If we tell the ship to repair now. repairs should be done within seconds. And there it is, repaired. Completely repaired. Problemo solved. Oh, this must look brilliant.
Katana.
All of them swirling around there. So the Xenon will now at least reduce their activity here for the time being. Oh! Yeah, Tokyo. That was a bright idea. I mean, I'm still impressed with how many, how rare eyes are here. Only seen 2 eyes in the whole playthrough come through this gate so far. And these are all Ks as well. So I would have expected them to be at least an eye there. I mean, we don't have satellite coverage all over the place, but there's no eye there, which is really, really strange. Oh. So I will now buy another ship. This ship will get a name, and that name is already given away to some. Hokkaido. You will be foul pulse to be able to defend yourself. Be able to, but yeah, that's all. Lasers. And she can switch for flak when she is in our space. So, important thing is very good shields. So, as good as possible, but good enough, I hope, to defend against whatever they throw at her. Repair drones, mining drones, and to cargo drones. Yeah. Full crew complement. Let's give her a few resource probes as well, and maybe even a few satellites. Your name will be how is the naming convention? Let's keep it at that while we are building it, and I have to check the naming convention. Okay. Very briefly. Go that. Niv. Okay. So, where exactly are we? Oh, we're still here. Okay. I would suggest we collect our PEs at the HQ. At some point, we will hopefully be able to refit them and have a few more Xenon ships and can build a Xenon wing, which would be completely bizarre.
Entering system.
Sending a Xenon
Ground
wing
exchange.
against Xenons, or what would be even more funny, sending them against the Yakis. But for the time being, let's just have them dock here. Oh, by the way, something that maybe not every one of you knows. Do you know that there is a disco mode in this game? In case you don't know, you can activate travel drive, you can activate the scanner mode, you can activate long range scanner mode, and you can activate CTAR. And if you do all of that in quick succession,
Docking granted. Gladius.
it doesn't even stop. Didn't even stop until I activated another mode.
Headquarters. Gladius.
Sir.
But yeah, by the reaction, I think everyone knew of this mode already. Or of this thing. This Easter egg. We'll have to wait for more people to watch that maybe don't know that. Oh. Welcome back. Yeah. Do you know about disco mode? So Geladi want us to build a factory for them. Which kind of factory do you want us to build? Microchips. Nope, thanks. Not now. Do our looters already have some loot? He has 33 items. He has 50. Yes, so there are items to be looted. That is very cool. And from time to time, we will just have a look here, and if I understand that correctly, we will just have to loot the ships that are scattered here. Yagara said, "Oh, if you do it this way, there should be a lot of ships." So I have to be excited for that. In the meantime, our Hokkaido is now ready. She will be renamed. Alenia. That's the reason why Ralenia doesn't have a combat ship. Ralenia is my wife, and if there's anything she likes to do in games, it's mining, farming. So, of course, that's what I think is most fitting in this case. I'm pretty sure she'd agree. So this is one jump away. Oh yeah. What the hell happened to his management skill? I remember him putting him on there not long ago, and he had basically none. Okay. Well, yeah, he can send a ship over here to mine some Nevidium, and that's exactly what I want him to do. But the problem, of course, is he can send it basically anywhere. So we will have to give the Hokkaido a special little restriction. Hold Lopi only. For activities that only allows this ship to operate in Nopelia's fortune. There and save play class. You to buy Nevidium. internally. A lot of it. Maybe get a few more cargo. So, is the chat very laggy, or did I just miss something? I hope we're up to speed here. Okay. There's the Tokyo. And there is Relenia. We will now assign Relenia in mind for the commander. Also apply sector activity limit Nobilius only. Which should have her now mine resources in Nobilius Fortune 2. So that's where she is going now. And the only ore she's going to mine is Nevidium, which is exactly what we want. Of course, there are no probes set up here yet, but we have enough money to have to buy a new, 2 or 3 new scouts and stuff like that. So that's what we are going to do now. But everything like that has been done. We are mining, we are researching. We will then head off to our what little friends. Reach out the tentacle of friendship. Here as a scout, we want we don't need satellites or resource probes because sector explorer mode. Well, let's just give you a few. Sure. Might be a few that don't get that role. We don't want you to have guns, otherwise you come to the conclusion that you can fight back when you should just run. And you will be service 1. We'll get 4 of them. 2 will be set service and 2 will be sector explorers. Just about to say, if Terra can only produce 2 small ships at a time, something's going wrong there. And you will be 2. And we don't want those guys to go out or to expand their range on themselves. And these are sector scouts. No, explorers. Explorers. They are allowed to travel. So, SAT service 01 will immediately and with utmost haste travel here. SAT service 2 will stay same here. Sector explorers, they will head out other sector exploring. What I want to do is I want to disable the feature that we are always notified of abandoned ships, because I think after what I've heard, they will accumulate over time if we are in the system or not. There's not a new one now, but that doesn't mean anything. We'll just have to occasionally check in and maybe collect a few of them. I will send them a little bit further to the front, that they each can fire a little bit before the station completely shreds everything. I don't think we can activate the ship replacement because we don't have a... Yeah, let's just see how this... We need our katana, of course. Yes, it really does this brilliantly. Many people, when you see me playing in the really late stages of the game, or when you see me do terraforming, first person or the first person stuff is very rare at that point. So my girlfriend was sometimes confused that the game that looks so technical all the time can sometimes have me flying a ship. Because it really gets quite rare. Okay, research. We are really making progress here. This is so cool. Oh, we didn't buy any, but yeah, we were trying. So fingers crossed. There's a set service, Black Hole Sun. Oh, he's passing all the way through Black Hole Sun. Okay, that will take a... And that dude had the better idea, I think. Black Hole Sun. Let's see who basically arrives at the station first. Oh. It's a breeze. I mean, he still has to cross the sector. Okay, let's just call it a draw.
Awaiting orders.
Ooh. Go to satellite service. To a few rings, advanced satellites, and resource probes. Not continue to the next sector. And go. You, on the other hand, satellite service as well, but you go all the way in.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, I'm already on my way to you. So you are a sector explorer. Wizard Harry. You explore up to 400 kilometers. And this is a very cool thing they can do. You use satellite probes. And continue to next sector. Yes. Confirm. Do this here as well. And what that means with the satellite service, this is confusing to many people, or with the satellite probes, is that he will drop a satellite probe somewhere and retrieve it, just to open up the map and retrieve it and set it again and retrieve it. So he will not place satellites as the others do. See? Wait for him to find his mark. There it is. He will now start. Yeah, I must have misconfigured something.
Awaiting orders.
Because he's just visiting. This is not what he's supposed to do. Continue to visit. The visit check marks are all. So again, this still confuses me. What? There. Now he starts and circles. There was satellites. He places and picks up and places and picks up and places and picks up. Station income confuses you. What does confuse you? We are pretty much on our own. Let me start up Discord. You can even send me a screenshot and I can help. This is we'll be going for a few minutes. Just tell me now and maybe I can help you fix the problem, and then we will continue on to the boron quest, which I'm really looking forward to. Okay, I'm here. When does it just send me money instead of accept? When does it just send me money instead of accept estimate? Regularly above their operating thing. Okay. Once they reach their operating thing, they will add 50% extra. So let's say your station has an estimated operating budget of 10 million credits. Then it will go up to 15 million credits, and then send you the 5 million, go back to 10 million, so to the operating budget, load that up again to 15. So always 50% over their operating budget is to what they go, and then they send you these 50% as difference. So when you have a station that has 100 million as an estimated operating budget, the moment it has 150 million in the banks, it will send you the 50 million that is over 100 million, go back to 100 million and recharge up to those 150 million, and then send you the 50 million again. You can see this quite clearly when we have a look at St. George here. You can see, I mean, it's not every time very exact, right? If just 10 credits are missing to reach that point and somebody is paying a lump sum of 2 million, of course, he will send a little bit more my way, right? All the time back to the base level, which is in this case, let's see, 48 million. He will always go back to 48 million. Everything above that, he will send me. But only if he reaches 50% over the estimated budget. That's why this is always around 25 million. You cannot set it to a number. You cannot change the estimated operating budget. The estimated or expected operating budget, that is fixed. You can add money to that account. Yes, you can. I can, for example, just give it more money, but then it will just send the money back to me at some point. So I usually just accept the estimate to make sure that it is working like I just told you. It will now go all the way up to 50% above that and then send me the money. So is there any determined to pulling money out of that other than delaying an auto payment? Detriment. No, there's not. Not at all. As long as you don't buy or have the station buy stuff externally so that it all of a sudden is not able to buy its resources anymore. If you source the resources from your own ships, then no. Because it does not really have a running cost. The running cost basically means what it would cost at the free market price to buy all the resources to fill up all the storages and get all the building stuff busy. Plus a little bit additionally for docks and So if you do deliver everything to the station by yourself from your own ships, then you can basically keep it at 0 and it will continue to work. So let's have a look at our explorers. Really hard to refrain from calling them Dora the Explorer 1 and 2. You can see he's just orbiting a satellite around. Yes, you can use all of that. Okay.
Entering system. Heretics End.
Everybody ready for some friendly
Katana.
fish friends? Friendly fish faces? Yes. That's it. Divide the number by 50% to know how big the chunks of money that come in will be. Fishy friends! Did you see that? There's fishy friend action going on at that gate.
Unknown object. Unknown ship.
Not unknown ship. Teladi ship. Very clearly a Teladi ship. By the way, let's have a quick look if there's any cargo here. By the way, while many people look at me strangely for that, I quite like the Teladi. I quite like the Teladi and I hate the Ferengi. Anybody who tells me that there is no difference, I will fight him to the blood.
Of course, everyone is welcome to attend the investigation, though please do remain at a safe distance until the risks are more clear.
So many ships! I cannot believe we are actually here, ready to witness something truly historic.
The Terran Secret Service has been alerted to potential gate activity. The Intervention Corps has been ordered to undertake a threat assessment with regard to the potential impact on Sol territories. We can only guarantee everyone's safety as long as the expedition remains close to the intervention fleet. However, we advise everyone to stay clear of our firing arcs.
Initial scans indicate some activity. We will need to get closer for a more thorough...
How do Bunker just casually ignores the Terran threat?
Approach the gate nacelle and interface with it to initialize a direct data stream for our onboard science team.
Affirmative.
Go, Lexi!
Approaching the jump gate. Activating scanner. Accessing nacelle.
Data stream is initialized. It looks like... Fall back. The energy is spiking.
Battle stations, prepare to engage.
Nothing?
Well then, Intervention Corps, prepare for traversal.
The expedition shall follow close behind. Mission Specialist, remain here and establish an outpost to derive a complete reading of the gate's coordinate data.
On it, sir. Godspeed, everyone.
Mission Specialist. Every time I hear this, Mission Specialist in that mission, usually I have it, of course, set to German, but the Mission Specialist part always remembers me of the course about the Triton sub, which were called Mission Specialists, or regarded as Mission Specialists, because that thing was not rated for tourists. So they were all declared Mission Specialists. The security concerns could be overwritten. Let's see, I do not think we have the quest active. Well, it can be quite specific, but we also have a few words where we have multiple meanings for the same word. But yes, German can be very, very specific, yes.
Expedition. Without comparing a lifetime, I am overjoyed to see you here. We were rather hoping to be enjoying a reunion with Kingdom End after gate reactivation. The most recent Boron missive indicates that this has been the overwhelming focus of their civilization's scientific resource.
Well, we'll talk about that in a bit.
Perhaps for being seduced by the possibility. Telemetry shows that this system is annotated as watchful gaze, yet we cannot detect whether it is itself isolated or connects further to any number of other systems.
Okay, let's just head in. So, ambulance in English versus in German. Yes, many people assume that ambulance or ambulance
Entering system.
is
Watchful gaze.
the general German word for an ambulance, which it is not.
Uninhabited. No sign of boron or any other kind of life, biological or artificial.
This cannot be true. Are you certain that the sensors are not malfunctioning? It has been so long. I really thought this might be the day I finally reconnect with my kin of the Finn.
Take heart, Boron Exile. You may yet be a step closer to your reunion. Explorer, we need some detailed system mapping. The task is in your hands. There is much to learn here.
So, in certain regions, like in Austria and in Switzerland, where German is spoken, sometimes not as primary language, sometimes together with French, in parts of Switzerland, for example, an ambulance or an ambulance is some sort of ambulance or resembles an ambulance in the English meaning. But in German, we have two specific words, which is Krankenwagen, which is basically ill person's car or ill person wagon. So a transport vehicle for persons who are ill. And
Get the system mapped. Your ship's long-range scans will be of particular benefit when exploring vast distances.
and Rettungswagen, which is emergency or rescue vehicle. So you've got an ambulance that transports, for example, sick persons from one hospital to another, or gets a sick person from its home to the doctor. That's a Krankenwagen. And we have the thing you call the fire brigade when there's an accident or somebody has an emergency that comes out that is much better equipped. That is a Rettungswagen or a rescue vehicle. And there can even be an emergency doctor or Notarzt in a separate vehicle following. So yeah, we're quite precise in these regards, I know. But there are other things where the Germans, do not excel as much. My hotkeys have stopped working, so that means my program for the hotkeys in-game hotkeys, has ceased to work again. Which I do not like. So let's quickly restart this. Yep, it has completely locked up.
Disengaged.
Oh, no. This window up there blocking everything. Let's have a look on the map. Are we maybe...
Hold on. I think I am picking up. Oh no, never mind that. Nothing of interest here. This system's peculiar conditions make getting accurate readings rather troublesome.
Oh, I could do
Newmont Khaled,
cool.
sir.
You know that I could
team
do.
confirms that the Heretics End Gate does indeed contain the coordinates to the Kingdom End system.
An ad hoc.
Cannot be coincidental, can it? Just after we received word from the Boron? Is it possible that their experiments were somehow related to the gate reinitialization?
Coordinates and timing are relevant, but not conclusive. The fact of the matter is that this is definitely not Kingdom End. Interstellar messenger drones are not the fastest form of communication. We do not know what has occurred on the Boron side since their last message. Theoretically, a connection between the two gates is possible, but that is just a theory. It could well be that the systems were linked in the distant past.
Yes. Unfortunately, a theoretical compatibility does not mean much in itself. If activating or reprogramming these gates were easy, I am certain I would have overcome the challenges long ago.
The split didn't exactly give you a choice over your research focus. Could this be the Boron? Could they really have unlocked jump gate technology?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. At this point, any further hypothesis would be mere speculation. Until we have more evidence, keep your ideas off general comms. If you must elaborate your theories, feel free to put them in writing.
May I talk now? Hello, expedition members. Thank you. It is a transliteration, I think. I think that's what it is, if I get the meaning of that word right. But let's get back to the topic on hand. Finding the Boron. And we just found a squid. Broken in half. Poor thing. Let's go there.
Oh my! Could that be?
By the Trinity, a Boron vessel.
My instinct says we should take a closer look.
By the way, this is the model of the Shark. A beautiful Boron ship that we will later on also use. Well, I'm pretty sure it is the Shark.
Your ship's sensors are picking up a weak energy signature amongst the debris. suit up and investigate.
Should we suit up and investigate? Assistance? Assistance? How is...
Katana.
Okay, see you later, ice cream.
See if you can repair the panel to gain access.
And this was when this came out. Oh, this was a moment. I really always have really loved the Boron. They were my favorite faction all the time because they are so peaceful and cute and nice. And having the first Boron ship in the game, seeing it and then hearing the music of King Demand, that really got me to tears, actually.
Derelict ship.
Which is a little bit...
Running decryption and reconstruction algorithm. The data is woefully incomplete, but it appears that this was an outpost of some manner. There are signs of an attack from several directions. It seems that the operators would have had little, if any, time to react. How frustratingly peculiar. I am forwarding all of this to our esteemed expedition commander. Perhaps he can garner more clues. I have my doubts, though.
Katana.
Very strange to admit. But I am a complete Boron nut. The thing is, the Boron ships in this game are great. Except for the capital ships, which are shit.
You have an unidentified ship
Especially
on
the
board.
Destroyer.
This is our first contact in the newly opened network. We have no idea of who they are, or their intentions. Investigate, and if possible, make contact, but maintain vigilance.
Look as harmless as possible.
Please, do not be afraid.
Hello.
I shall disengage my armament. Greetings. I am so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Incredible! Finally, contact with our aquatic allies. Bosota, are you receiving?
If you, for some reason, there is a Boron ship hidden in this system, I think a small one. Is it here? Yes, I think it is in here. If you, for some reason, find that first, or for any reason, if you're able to have a Boron ship when you start this quest, you'll be asked, an Outlander in a Boron ship? How can that happen?
Miss,
One moment, please. I am just finishing up some calculations.
What did you say? A boron? Truly? A living, buoyant boron? Are my ocular sensor organs deceiving me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bozota, and I can barely recall another boron face. I have been riven from my people for that long. Will you please deign to share your time with me?
I am Neela T, adventurer extraordinaire. I would be delighted to spend time with you.
as appointed delegate of the Alliance of the Word, please allow me to extend my greetings to you and your people. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Neela T.
I do not have any official capacity as such, but it is marvelous to be seeing actual people from beyond the disconnected gates. How did you get here? Has a gate reopened? Are we connected once more? Oh, I knew it would have to happen eventually. What joyous news!
Momentous news indeed. Although we're less than clear on how this has occurred. There was speculation that the boron triggered the gate reinitialization. Messages from your scientists indicated that they were working on such a task. Please, can you direct us towards Kingdom End?
You were in contact with Kingdom End? That is marvelous news. It has been decades since we were cut off. We have heard nothing in all that time. The severing of the connection with Nishala has been indescribably distressing for all of us.
Nishala being the home planet of the Boron. They're not a space-dwelling species. They, of course, originated as a planet. And that is Nishala, the water planet. and yeah, being ripped apart and not being able to. I mean, they're basically herd animals. Having the herd split apart, the queen being unreachable and the home world being unreachable as well must have been horrible. And then having your water resources dwindle as a water-dwelling creature. I mean, it is bad enough for us humans when we don't have, or when we see our water supplies dwindle, and we know we won't have enough to drink. But for an aquatic creature, that must be even. They had hell to go through.
My system is in profound turmoil. To meet a fellow Boron after all these years is an incandescent joy. But to find that you, too, are cut off from the homeworld is a misery.
More than you know, Bosotar. We have all mourned this loss.
But without access to Kingdom End, your queen and parliament, how do you govern yourselves?
After the severance, there was a period of chaos, until a royal steward was appointed. I have had dealings with him. It would be my pleasure to make an introduction.
We must make haste. There is much to be discussed with your leadership.
Follow me, you cavalcade of curious creatures.
Cavalcade of curious creatures, I love
Boron
this.
society not headed by a queen? This is somewhat hard to fathom.
Indeed, Bosotar. From your own experience, you understand the pain of separation. I doubt other species appreciate the biological depth of our harmonious societal.
Trinity Sanctum 3 is done now. Okay, the scout will now, if it is set up that way, continue to the next sector, yeah.
Interconnection. It was worse than it is now. It used to be that all our systems were isolated. Severed, not just from Kingdom End, the Queen and Homeworld Nishla, but also from each other. Fortunately, several of our systems reconnected to each other eventually, but none received word from home. Reorganization became a necessity. The provinces adrift, as we call ourselves, were only ever intended to be temporary, but under the Royal Steward, it has grown into a comprehensive governing body. But some of us have never given up on King.
Repair and restock automation. They are separate for each station or ship. You can, if that ship has the capacity, set it up here. It's called automatic resupply of subordinates. Automatic repair will happen if there is a capacity. The ships will do it automatically. For example, if a carrier of their own faction is nearby, and resupply of subordinates, so reloading of missiles and stuff, this is done here.
Your communication with the homeworld is momentous in the extreme. Not a soul in these systems has found evidence of where the Kingdom End even still exists.
I think within, I don't know if in sector is necessarily correct, but within like 100 kilometers, maybe 70. Just have to try it. Could I plop a character in the center and max out its fighter subordinates to patrol a sector? Yes. Yes, and I think they should come back when they receive damage. If they are stationed on the carrier, they definitely should. And as a small tip, the Borons have a large carrier. You don't have to get an XL there. The Guppy, it is a small carrier. It's not as powerful, but
Goodness.
Yeah, it is a carrier.
A Terran-made ship. Surely this indicates that our reports are correct. The once dormant gate has indeed resumed its function and brought our province into alignment with our erstwhile allies. You must realize what this means. All the resources of the Commonwealth are now within reach. At long last, a chance to end the shortages.
For some, this means the Boron are so greedy, you know, all the resources, and the only thing they really care. That's so. I think there are. I don't want to say it's mistranslations. It is not really said in the German version as well, but it bleeds through that it's basically water they are after. And in other conversations later on, you will learn that as well.
Pick up the pace.
I must warn you, the provinces adrift are not awash with the luxuries of the old kingdom. The pain of severance has been constant, but our economy has also suffered. The shortages of essential goods have cut deeply. Reconnection with the network may alleviate some of these issues, at least.
So before we go in any deeper, let me quickly save, not necessary. And then let's have a small a look at our defense station. If everything is holding on there, or if stuff is breaking away, which I don't think, but you know, better safe than sorry.
Entering system. Barrett.
Oh. Okay. Okay, there's quite a lot to pick up. Oops. No abandoned ships. So I think it just means, yeah, abandoned ships are only able to be produced when you are in this sector, because that's when it almost instantly a ship was abandoned, right? And all of those, none was abandoned. Maybe Yagara was not absolutely right there, but we will see.
Shores. Piranha.
Let's, for the time being, make a little test. I will show you something that I haven't shown, or have I shown? I don't think I have shown this to you.
Entering system. Take first choice.
Striking.
That's the report patterns, but I don't think. Well, there is, in theory, a big Xenon group incoming, including a K. That might just be distracted by that Scythe ship over there running away. Or they might just be coming in here. We will see. If they do, they will appear shortly. No, I think they are once again turning away because the ship that just flew in. There are Xenon ships here. That's why the alarm is going off. Or at least somewhere they are detected. Oof. That's not like the whole swarm would be coming through at the moment. Of course, they do occasionally just plop in, but not now. Okay. Let us no longer dwell here. And, oh. Ooh. That's one miner less. So we will see. Not every ship can eject at all. But I would say the fleet is doing a very great job of dealing damage, especially to smaller ships. So we will see. Let's head back to our katana. Where is she? Oh, there she is in barren shores, waiting for us.
Entering
Oh, and by the way,
system.
welcome back,
Bearing shores. Piranha. Unknown ship.
Copy.
Neela T, you bring us guests, outsiders, with a fleet no less. What have you been up to?
More than that, Royal Steward, I bring momentous news. The fleet, this Paranid-led fleet, it came from the Dormant Gate in watchful gaze. They have communicated with Kingdom End. They have no Kingdom End gate, but they have communication. We are connected to the network once more.
My word, if...
The delegation seeks an audience. May I?
Yes, of course. There is so much to discuss, so much to consider.
Royal Steward, would it be in order for me to accompany the delegation?
I'm sure you have other things to do. Diplomacy is not the same thrill as exploration.
Please, Royal Steward, with your permission.
Of course, Neela T. By all means, accompany the delegation.
Explorer, you have displayed some usefulness thus far. I'm tasking you with joining us in meeting the Royal Steward. I may have need of your insights.
You have clearly made an impression on the expedition commander. I sense you are becoming more central to his plans. Join the delegation. Watch this royal... I have some experiments to attend to, though I shall keep an eye on you.
Are we docked then?
Docking not possible.
Oh, yes. Wrong ship size. We can't dock there.
Docking not possible. Katana. Guppy. Docking granted.
Oh yeah, of course. And at the station it is near the docks, but on a ship there's of course always a spacesuit hatch. By the way, where the spacesuit hatch is, that's usually where you also find beacon to scan on a derelict ship.
My ropalium near explodes with the joy of welcoming esteemed visitors. This historic occasion is the first of its kind. I am Leda V, Royal Steward of the Provinces Adrift. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, and as her loyal servant, it is my profound pleasure to welcome an emissary of the Paranid Empire. And once business is out of the way, I insist you join me on a more informal tour.
Esteemed Royal Steward Leda Wee, thank you for your most gracious welcome. You must forgive me. I, Numunkaret, am no Empire emissary. I represent the Alliance of the Word, a diplomatic forum and scientific organization funded by various races across the network.
My. But do you have letters patent from the Empire? The provinces adrift are in dire straits. We must negotiate terms of assistance.
I am compelled to reiterate, I do not speak for the Paranid authorities. Though we do bring news which may bring joy. We have been in communication with Kingdom End. Limited fragile communication, but communication nevertheless. Some months ago we received word from your homeworld. It was heartening to discover that the Boron Core has survived the shutdown, and learn of their most ambitious endeavor. Their entire scientific resources are focused on understanding and manipulating jump gate technology. We humbly request your permission to investigate the dormant jump gates in your territory, and to set up a scientific outpost in the region, should that be required.
There are so many implications to consider. This really is momentous. I am afraid I must decline your request, for now. We cannot be precipitous.
By the glistening waters of Nishala!
I fail to understand. We ask for no more than your permission. We certainly have no wish to be a drain on your resources.
Leda Wee, they are trying to connect us with Kingdom End. They have communications.
Neela T, this obsession with finding home is entirely yours. You may have the luxury of gallivanting around the galaxy in search of miracles, but I have responsibilities. I have the welfare of billions of souls to consider. Our guests have already made clear that the outside network, with all its resources, has been unable to connect with our homeworld. The priority at this juncture is the welfare of our people, and I shall not be distracted from that.
Honored host, we will of course expedite communications with the governments of the network. I am sure emissaries are preparing as we speak. Yet, if we could simply...
Enough, please. I understand your request, but I do not think you understand what is at stake. Please have patience, but for now, the matter is settled.
Outrageous! The Boron Queen's government itself is racing to reconnect, and you decline to facilitate? What kind of royal steward are you?
Please.
There is nothing to be gained from trading insults.
This is absurd. Our work is of the utmost importance. Your obduracy is beyond me. I shall take my leave. Heading to the dock, awaiting pickup.
That certainly could have gone better, but all may not be lost.
Yeah. That went astray. So let's see. Let's first talk with Leda V and then find out what happened.
One from our disappointing introduction.
Okay, let's first ask him if there's a positive solution.
Your expedition commander hardly seemed in the mood for positive solutions. I cannot imagine that you presume to speak for him.
Assistant, perhaps uncovering more context first may help with your solutioneering.
Hey, why is he in this situation?
From time to time, I spend the waking nights pondering the very same question. It would be misleading to cast blame for all our miseries on the Great Shutdown. In fact, when we were first riven from the wider network, the vast majority of our boron systems remained connected between themselves. Isolated from external threats, we commenced a new age of reflection and scientific endeavor. And while this period of peace brought the wealth of Kingdom M to fabulous new heights, we were not complacent. Resources were stockpiled throughout the Queendom, a precautionary measure. Oh, we thought we were prepared, yet in truth we were far from it. We Boron are inherently connected to each other, you see. We thrive on a collective sort of innate affinity. Once that connection was severed, each system found itself in complete isolation. Things fell apart quite quickly, I'm afraid to say. Productivity collapsed catastrophically. Stockpiles were depleted far more rapidly than anticipated, and there was no way to replenish them. After years of disarray, Great Reef finally reconnected with barren shores. Later, it was joined by several other systems. The provinces adrift were founded, but by then the damage was done. We still lacked crucial resources. I contend that it was the collective psychological toll of the severance that caused this, more so than the evident logistical challenges posed by the shutdown.
Okay, let's ask him if he is okay. And for the time being, I will switch off the lights in my room and open the window for a few minutes. So you might not be able to see me very good, but this is where our focus should be. But if you need some expressions before I turn off the light, let me give you more stockpile. 3 of them. Just use them sparingly, and you will be able to do until I switch the lights back.
Entering system. Great Reef.
That was bright. Okay. Good night, Kalenia. Good night. Okay, let's continue on.
I regret my approach at our meeting. You see, I have not hosted a diplomatic function in decades. Unfortunately, I am simply not in the habit of communicating with anyone other than Boron, you see. We Boron converse amongst ourselves, relying on complex structures of pheromones, not just mere words. There was so much to communicate, so much to cogitate upon, yet the words failed to convey my meaning. You must imagine it like painting an ocean, yet having only a single shade of blue with which to do so.
Okay, let's ask him to reconvene then.
You are correct, of course. There is no harm in reaching for common ground. I am embarrassed to say that our defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Ashamedly so. Our economy is so fractured, we struggle to construct anything larger, perhaps, than a frigate. We cannot even resource and operate a full-scale shipyard. For half a century of isolation, we Boron have had little need for a comprehensive military. I fear that we are wholly unprepared for the myriad dangers lurking beyond the gate. And should word spread of the valuable equipment and facilities proposed by the Alliance of the Word, it might be akin to painting a target upon ourselves for any nefarious actors in the vicinity. One moment. I have, even now, received word of split incursions. If we had anything of value to loot, we would not be discussing skirmishes. They would descend upon us in hordes.
They would. Okay. So that's not good.
The Protectorate has determined that this system poses no threat to the citizens of Seoul or the wider network. Our orders are to deploy to a position of more strategic importance. Still, stay alert. None of us know what might be lurking out there.
Yeah, the dangerous borons.
We shall proceed alone from here on. Our military friends are needed elsewhere.
One species in this game has brought nothing but peace and friendship and open-mindedness and very beautiful forms of science and art to the whole network. The other has basically just gifted the network an ever-looming threat in form of an AI-controlled madness, and then decades later reappeared to present themselves as the big saviors. Who exactly is a threat to whom here? Is the question every Terran should ask himself. Yes, we are loyal Terrans in this playthrough, but personally I think the Terrans are. And with that said, time for a 5-minute break, and now we will continue with the discussion here with Lida V, Numan Karet, and as far as I can, or tell you, even Nila T will join. See you in a bit. I will quick save and give you something to look at while I think we will do so in the future as well. Just there is something coming out of the gate, so we shall quickly activate the live stream here. See you in a bit. There we are, back on Leader V Scubby. Did we have any unforeseen developments? Any ships lost? Thank you very much. Let's have a look at our logs. No, negative. It's 22 minutes, so maybe new ship? Abandoned ship? No, nothing like that, so let us continue talking to Leader V. The exceptional shield mods do not seem to appear. Advanced computronics, no, advanced composites, advanced composites are not being able to be sourced. So let's, for the time, cancel this research and start, or try starting that one, which seems to be rather expensive, so let's just accept that for the time being, because, well, we can afford it, and head back to our current mission of keeping the peace and making peace. This is way too dark. I think this should be well better. Extend container storage capacity. Oh, we do not even have enough capacity for that on our. We have large container storage as well, right? So that needs computronic substrate and energy cells. Energy cells shall not be a problem. Computronic substrate, on the other hand, will. What we will do in that case is, how many can you transport? Do we have any to sell just now? 89 can be sold, and yes, he can fit quite the amount. Maybe we'll just send him back to our beautiful HQ. I will transfer these wares to the build storage, and that will be enough to continue. Brock will take some time to get there and get back, but in the meantime can continue on quest line. We can talk to Numankaret at the docking bay, or can go to the crew quarters. Let me test something here. It's just, you know, an attempt. Cannot remove those. It's okay. Okay. This is quite the strange poll where I'm not allowed to delete questions or to. Oh, I can rename that. Ah, there. It's oh, no marker that. And who to talk? See if this works. How this works exactly. Okay, let's now just end it, and as a result, one person, and he was asking for instruction to Monkalet, which I think misspelled. Yes, I did.
Who does this fool think he is? Does he not understand the gravity of our mission? Withholding his consent? We shall continue without it if necessary.
It's a good idea to start with him. Well, should we tell him to calm himself or to be patient towards the close-minded? Just be the friendly person that we are, right?
You may have a point. Perhaps his simple mind cannot grasp all the variables at play.
Yeah, because he's just a boron.
To see the bigger picture.
So we tell him he's afraid.
Yes, you are right. That much is obvious. I cannot help but wonder if there is more to the issue than that. Perhaps he is overly attached to his role as Prime Administrator of the provinces. A reunion with King Demend would inevitably result in him having to relinquish power and standing.
And not only does it play into the parent mindset, the other option would have cost us standing with him and with the Alliance of the World, so yeah. Yes, he fears an outside incursion, yes, or incursions, of course he does. Right? He told us.
Well, we are a scientific expedition, so our offensive options are rather limited in that regard. What we can do, however, is make assurances that any valuable equipment that is transported into Boron space will be well guarded, making it an unappealing target. Furthermore, I am prepared to place several scouts at his disposal, and to establish a network of satellites in watchful gaze. That will give the split cause to reconsider an incursion into the provinces. The situation with this steward does indeed seem resolvable, though I fear he wears my patience thin. Take this matter in hand. Go and see the fool. Perhaps you can change his mind.
Okay. So let's see what Nila T has to offer. What? Oh, I just realized my camera is free floating, but I think that looks quite good actually to have a small piece of background shown there, right? Or would you like to, or would you prefer it to be basically attached there? Oh, that looks way more static. Let's have it a little bit in space. Yeah, I think that's good.
The steward and I have had our differences in the past, but I had no idea he would be so stubborn. I am so very sorry you had to witness that embarrassingly discordant display. Leader We and I disagree on much, but he is not a bad person. You know, he is just scared.
I know. I can completely understand that. He is in a very difficult situation.
I think he is scared of falling short. He carries the weight of the expectations of the entire provinces. He wants to keep everyone safe, and I think he fears that your expedition will exacerbate an already dangerous situation.
Dangerous situation, okay.
Yes, fraught with danger. The provinces lie uncomfortably close to Kark territory. When Sanctuary of Darkness first connected to the provinces, it triggered regular attacks. We barely managed to protect ourselves with the meager military that we could cobble together. Thankfully, the waves have calmed for now. The Kark incursions eventually ceased. All attempts to communicate with these enigmatic creatures have failed, so I would hesitate to call it a ceasefire. It is more of a lull in hostilities. As you can imagine, the situation remains rather fragile.
Can completely understand that, yeah. What kind of a session did you talk about?
Oh, you took note of that, did you? Time after time I approach Leader Weave for the resources to find our way back home, but he has come to the conclusion that efforts spent on this endeavor come at an immediate cost to our people. I would hate for you to get the impression that I do not care for my fellow Boron here. Out on the fringes, I am truly seeking to make a difference for the people. Serving the Queen's subjects is a duty for me. You see, I do not like to draw too much attention to it, but I myself am the progeny of stranded minor royals. Before you bow or anything like that, I am not part of the direct line of succession, and that is not how our monarchy works in any case. Yet, it drives me to find a path back home, for the people to once again delight in a reunited, merry realm.
And I completely believe her. The thing is, especially in X4, I have not met one Boron that I would consider a bad person. All of them are nice, or at least non-hostile and very, very friendly. Yes, they might have their fears, they might have their reservations, but all in all, they are very, very nice. That's why I like them so much. So I think this is, yeah.
When we bear, thankfully, the waves have calmed all the time. So I would, as you can imagine, the situation remains
We had all of this.
Pleasant
So
travel.
maybe Numanankaret could be interested in that situation as well, right? Let's tell him about it. I mean, the Kark are even more of a danger than the Split, right?
I understand. He is worried that our presence will stir up an infestation of the Chitterers. The Alliance of the Ward is certainly prepared to provide assurances that our investigation will not leave him exposed to Ka'ak attacks.
Okay. And I think that's what we needed to do. So let's go back to Leader Way and talk to him. By the way, the bridges or the whole architecture of the borough is fascinatingly beautiful. I mean, have a look at that ship. Not only the glistening effects on the ship's skin, but the whole aquatic beauty. As if it was swimming through space. Speak your soon, Crash. Warlon, yes, I know of the Warlon, but let me. Babylon 5. When was that? initially conceived. Yeah, Expand the Frontier is much newer than Babylon. But I don't think that is that there's a link. I don't really think that there's. But I don't think so. That there is any relation there. I really don't think so. I mean, for example, let me give you a small glimpse into how this naming theme and fun theme with the Borons is. There is a stuff the Borons eat that is called bofu, which many would think is related to tofu, right? And maybe that is a gag that is in there, but originally bofu just meant Boronenfutter, Boron food. Right? Food or what they eat is written F-U-T-T-E-R, Futter, in German. So Bofu is Boronenfutter. That's how it came to be. And still, many think it is linked to tofu, but in reality, it's just coincidence with that. So, oh, yes, we wanted to talk to Lila V, not run away.
Ah, the silent one from our disappointing introduction.
Let's go with one here. The Boron ships in X4 look just how aquatic ships like this would in theory look. Or could in theory look. They have looked much different in other games, so while I cannot deny any connections there, I haven't really watched Babylon 5, so let's see. Boron ships. I mean, the Boron ships I see here much remind me of some squids, yes, but also of species 8472. Minbari ships. Okay, yeah, they look kind of aquatic as well. So, but I think that's just because we have a certain everything that is somewhat aquatic in nature will feature a similar design, right? We could also argue that it has a very much in common with the original design of the Nautilus, Nemo's Nautilus, right? So everything we consider closely related to organic oceanic designs will, of course, remember us of everything else in that regard.
Well, well, this is an unexpectedly kind offer from the Alliance of the Word. I must admit that security assistance in these uncertain times would indeed be a welcome reassurance.
Okay, perhaps this is now about the cock threat. And avoid provocation at all costs.
Your commendable commitment to peace is as welcome as it is unexpected. The Alliance of the Word is to be lauded for its respect for our peaceful ways. I must say how thoroughly reassured I am. And again, please accept my most profound apologies for our earlier miscommunication. Clearly, our values are in auspicious alignment. I am confident that you will ensure no harm befalls my charges. Please, do proceed with my blessing and my people's support for the success of your historic mission.
Yes, I can, well, should not talk while he's talking.
With the gate in Watchful Gaze reactivated, to our knowledge, only 3 more dormant gates remain in province space. One is located in Ocean of Fantasy, another in Barren Shores. The final one was discovered by scouts in Sanctuary of Darkness. If Sanctuary of Darkness sounds foreboding, you may find that the name is fitting. It is host to a significant Ka'ak infestation. Urgh. Even uttering the name makes my fins tingle. Yet I must remain firm on the matter. Do not, under any circumstances, engage with the Ka'ak. Every interaction with them results in horrific conflict.
You have our word, Leader Wee. We shall do everything in our power to avoid undue provocation.
Thank you. And may I bestow upon you a gift? We have prepared for you a fighter ship. A humble gift, but hopefully it will be of use to you in the times ahead.
We are most grateful. You have been an exemplary host. Explorer, you have done well to secure access for us to continue our mission. Please, claim the scout ship as your own. May it serve you well.
And give me a second. I just realized my headphones are lit and they shouldn't be. This is a reflection I have seen all the time and was worried, was irritated where it comes from, so let me quickly turn that off.
Please halt. We will be scanning your cargo hold. Scan away. It all seems to be in order. Thank you for cooperating.
I cannot Google all the ships you're mentioning. As I said, I haven't really watched Babylon. I know the names, I know of the races, but I haven't really seen the series. So the ship names do not tell me anything. Star Trek would, but Babylon 5 sadly doesn't. And I wanted to look at it a few years back, but I couldn't stream it anywhere, so I would have had to buy the DVDs for an enormous amount of money. Or I could have just watched, I think, the last season, which doesn't make any sense, right? And there we have it, a Mako. A stunningly beautiful ship.
Mako.
Mako. As all the Boron ships, this really is beautiful.
We need to investigate the dormant gates to formulate the next step of our expedition.
I am already familiar with the gate in Ocean of Fantasy. If you supply me with the necessary equipment and provide me with a few pointers as to what exactly I am to do, it would be my deepest pleasure to assist.
Excellent. The Alliance shall investigate barren shores. That only leaves the matter of the final gate, the location of which is somewhat more precarious. Explorer, you have excelled thus far. Put that new fighter of yours to good use, and find...
Okay, first of all, before we do anything further on, watchful gaze at the start of all of this is not claimed. So what we could do is we could build a small defense station there and claim that system for us, which I would really like to do. What are your thoughts on this? Because it will not take long for it to be claimed by the Boron or maybe even another faction. So I think we should be the first ones to claim it. When no one else objects, I will go with Balkans. Okay here. I mean, it doesn't need to be anything big. Not just a small little station, but we need to scout that area first. So what we do is we send a katana basically all the way through. That will clear us a path where we then can install a station, not in the direct line. And after that we come back and we don't send the katana. No, we will do another thing. Yes. Thank you, Ice Cream. That is exactly what I thought. We are loyal to the Terrans, but the Borons are good people as well, and they deserve to be protected by the power of Terra.
All the times I dreamt of being reunited with my fellow Boron, it never crossed my mind that they might be in such impoverished circumstances. I know that the Alliance has received communications from Kingdom End, but those were dispatched decades ago. Hopefully, they have fared better than the Boron here. I am curious about the contents of their message. Just how much of their preliminary findings have they shared with their Alliance counterparts? Once we have gained access to both gates' data, maybe the Alliance really intends to conduct experiments from our side too. Trying to manipulate gates would be an incredibly involved undertaking. Yet it seems as though Numankaret is single-minded about the whole endeavor. Can you imagine the possibilities that would be open to us if we could manipulate these gates at will?
It will, Ice Cream, because, as we all know, the Argons are the closest allies to the Boron.
Thanks to the newly opened trade routes, we have commenced rebuilding our shipyard. You are, of course, most welcome to aid us in our undertaking. Your efforts will, of course, be lucratively compensated.
Boron Wharf. Docking granted.
You hear the music? Alexei has once again created a masterpiece here.
Successfully docked.
Antigone and Argon, yeah, there's a quest line where we can do that in the name of Terra, and we will do that. But please, could you stop unveiling all my secret plans for the series? Okay, let's just get a Boron crew on board here. Oh, we already had a Boron crew. Okay, we could just have assigned a captain. Thought the ship was empty. Fully no. Congratulations, you're now a pilot. Huh? Maybe even...
I have arrived at my designated inactive gate. I shall commence taking readings immediately.
This is very good Which is very, 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 very cool. Okay, so let's maybe get
Awaiting orders.
all guns of the same kind. 3, 2, 2. Okay, we will take the iron gatlings then for both guns. Oh, we can't. Oh, we can only have phase guns. Then. Okay, then both of them will be phase guns. Okay. So I will just do that and have more satellite added. Okay. Oh, let's wait briefly and then add the satellite, and then we will send this ship to explore. We will do the mission with our trusted Terran ship, right? While we pretty much like the Borons, we do not trust their non-Terran designs when it comes to exploring enemy space. It doesn't have a TÜV-Siegel. No geprüfte Sicherheitssiegel. Which basically means it doesn't have the TÜV is the German technical surveillance union that approves electrical and technical devices and basically gives them a certificate that they are safe. So if there is no TÜV-Siegel on it, it means it is likely made in China. I mean, of course, not everything made in China is crap. But they tend to either be very expensive if you want good stuff, or they keep it to themselves. And just export the inferior variants. I could have they have learned that. Okay. Exporting the inferior versions. Yeah. So we will need, when we do this, we will need nav beacons. So we will have to fly there as well to get some nav beacons into this ship. I like these guns, I really like them. Have a look if there are any wrecks here. No. I think you really have to be present somewhere in the system for the wrecks to be vacant after some time. Or for the ships to be vacated at all. And Ice Cream, I wasn't really telling you off, right? It was just with a slight wink. So let's just decelerate, and there are 25 million again.
Docking granted.
Ooh, ooh. And that's the thing. You might have seen we have gotten, I think, the second payout of 25 million since we are doing at least the second. Since we are doing the Boron stuff, and we are not teetering around, right? We are really pressing, so there's a lot of money to be had there. Okay. And the Antigones have by far the best
Katana.
or one of the best fighters. Like, I don't know if it's Quasar or Pulsar, the heavy fighter with the 6 guns. If you put burst ladders on there, you can pretty much strip Xenon K within seconds. Defang him. Brutal, really brutal. Okay, while we're at it, maybe get some satellites as well, because we might want to set out some satellites, and we don't have money problems anymore, so yeah. Yes, that's just one way of doing it, right? Pause and have your decisions being done very carefully, and planning stations in pause because you don't want to miss anything. But of course, that also means that while you are paused, you are not generating money. And when you're designing a station for 20 minutes, that's a tick off of ore. It's basically, I think, let's see, 20-minute ticks is what we usually have with the station here. So let's have a look. 24 minutes ago, 1 minute ago, 44 minutes ago, so round about 20-minute ticks. 1 hour 6 minutes. So yeah. So when you spend 20 minutes or 25 minutes with your station in pause menu, then you basically wasted one whole 24 million tick. But I understand that because I do that myself.
Awaiting orders.
No, I do not think it does. Time-gated events per seed. That is a complicated way of telling me that you mean, for example, which timers do you mean? That's what I'm like the big incursions that will happen in the late game, or what exactly do you mean? Because there basically are no time-gated events. They don't exist. I mean, after some time of gameplay, the Xenon will build stations, and they have cooldowns on that when you destroy the station. But it's not that there is a time that says, okay, after 100 hours of game time, the Xenon start to go wild here also. No, I don't think Carc nodes will respawn. I don't think the respawn times are affected by that. When you pause the game is paused. I don't even think, actually, that while the game is paused, this time here proceeds. So if I pause the game now, 1:16:14, we have 1:24:35. So let's just wait for 2 minutes and see if it still says 14. I think it even freezes that timer. No, I don't think the time paused counts towards that, but we will see. Because this basically freezes the whole universe. We are still at 1:16:14. Yes, I can completely understand that. Ask you, don't worry. And you see, we are now 1.5 minutes in, and this time has not changed. This is my total in-game time. So the complete in-game time is frozen. Nothing ticks when you have the pause active. Nothing. There we are at 15 now. Well, that's only after unpausing and doing some stuff. Of course, I know exactly where Sanctuary of Darkness is. I mean, yeah, this is kind of giving it away. Okay, there is... I want you to fly there. Then I want you to fly there. Okay, that's the direct line of sight there. That is the direct line we do not want our station to be on. Just set it up there. 6-punch mini administrator. This is by far the smallest we can have this station. Whoa, what? Okay, resources. And just get it above. Yeah, I can. Remember, there's a white pin that tells you where exactly it connects to the thing below it. So this is what we want. And it will cost us this amount of money. And let's see if we maybe can get a sweet boron village to do it. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I mean, for example, was this fast enough? No. But I know what you mean. If you get up, well, I just can't manage to get it to do right. Yeah, but I know that sometimes you have to have the map floating freely in the sky. Then, yeah.
Katana.
In the sky, in just blank space. Yeah. Yes.
Minotaur. Unknown object.
I mean, and this all leads back to this game is a simulation. It's, some people say it's a bad simulation, but it is still a simulation that I, for once, really love.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
Sanctuary of Darkness. According to our archives, there was once a Xenon presence hereabouts in the network. I wonder what befell them.
Oh, is that so? Then we were quite lucky that our systems were not connected directly to a Xenon stronghold. There is no way we would have survived, given the state of our military.
Now, see if you can locate the inactive gate in this system.
Be careful. Take great care when navigating. We must honor our word and avoid the Kark. You will also need to be cautious of the region's other hazards. I recommend that you stick close to the asteroids. They seem to be an exceptional indicator of where your ship will not be harmed.
I apologize for potential lags. This system is quite resource heavy. Even though volumetric fog is completely turned off, it can still be a very big strain on hardware. Am I already? Yeah, I think I'm more than far enough into the turn. Almost too far, I think.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
I'm getting slightly off course here. Can't do anything again because of that. Or did I not? No, I do think I did not. Yeah, I should have gone all the way up there. So I turned too early. My mistake.
Unknown object.
Oh, this hurts the shields, but it shouldn't do for long. Yeah, I turned too early. This is where I should have turned. This here.
There it is. Approach the jump.
I have to hug this and not there. My mistake. I was wondering where the asteroids were. I have just paused bound to the pause key, but yeah, it is, and I can render it well. It is just the CPU is going berserk. It is beautiful. There are many beautiful systems.
You are in range. Activate your ship scan mode now.
I mean, this is a 2070 Super, so it should do. I don't think it would count if I pre-place them.
Awaiting orders.
Each jump gate has 2 pairs of nacelles. They act as caches for storing operational data, among many other things. We are still not very familiar with this technology, or who created it, but thanks to recent scientific advancements, we are able to make sense of some of the information that we are retrieving. It seems apparent that some of the data likely represents the coordinates of other jump gates. Whether this means that these gates were connected in the distant past is mere conjecture. Perhaps the builders had reasons unknown to us for certain gates to hold
I was on slow-mo mode.
The vast majority of the data in these caches remains a vexing mystery to us all.
Can't go to slow-mo mode when you have accessibility options on. That is slow-mo, and that is your original speed. It is. It is actually shown in this mission. It is not shown for resource beacons, but that it is shown for satellites is quite new as well.
Access from this nacelle. Move on to the one on the opposite side. Yes, some of this data looks rather promising. I'm forwarding all of this to our science team as we speak.
By the way, the Terran weapons are quite effective against the car. It is. For this mission, it is. Even in a no-mod game. I will show you.
Oh my! I'm picking up a worrisome fluctuation in energy signatures.
Okay, let's see if we can just kill them. And then I will show you once we have the next mission part. By the way, am I okay visually? So I can keep airing out the apartment because it's very warm in here? Or do you want me to turn the lights back on?
Forager.
Zoom is. That should conclude the survive.
Bravely, Explorer.
Yes. Your display of skill was altogether impressive. I just hope this commotion does not result in a more severe and unwelcome reaction.
Our science team has pored over the data that Neela T was able to live from the cache. While we have not yet completed our examination of the Sanctuary of Darkness cache, it is quite obvious.
Yeah, Ice Cream, you have to understand how it works to understand that it shows you the range.
Additional challenges the Ka'ak will represent.
More dangerous, perhaps. But I'm afraid that things are not going well in Ocean of Fantasy either. The system's planet is devastated
Any better?
and completely uninhabitable.
Perhaps, once the provinces have re-established their economy, they can attempt some terraforming. For now, this expedition needs you to map out safe passage for a larger fleet to navigate through Sanctuary of Darkness. You can use nav beacons to determine an appropriate route. Just stay clear of the Ka'ak installations.
This is what you had, right?
And other hazardous regions, obviously. For a better overview of the task in hand, do not hesitate to consult your map.
I have a light source that isn't my game. That is what is active, but I use it for indirect light, so I'm shining it at the wall and it reflects back to me. Because otherwise it's just blinding. Okay, yeah, then I know what the problem was here. If you don't get those bubbles, this is because the mission is currently inactive. This can happen due to any sort of other mission overlaying. You have to click on it and then set it to active, and then you have the bubbles. No, I fixed it. The light, okay. And then you can just basically... or if you set a guidance, then it goes away as well. You have to turn off the guidance by clicking Shift and G to get the bubble again. So I will now, let me find out which is my hotkey. For nav beacon plus, okay. Place the first nav beacon here. And then we will fly. I mean, this was completely unnecessary and uncalled for, but I usually just do it.
You know, for the longest time, the community of planets thought the Ka'ak had been eradicated by their joint efforts. Recent attacks on solitary miners, and now this, proved this notion was overly optimistic.
Now we are in the bubble and we are at the very edge. Now have a look what happens when I place a new nav beacon here. They disappear and reappear, centered around the new one. Now we can fly to the edge again. And at that edge we can then place the next one. So they kind of show you a range. And this will also work on a non-modded game, because the only mods I have is the shining of the crystals and the 2 explore modes. Oh, plus. Wait for the beacon to come to a complete halt. There we go. What the? Oh, yeah.
Laser tower Mark 1.
Didn't want to spew that out. There are a few non-mission reasons to use nav beacons. For example, I didn't have one back then, but I know because I remember. Here, for example, is a black market trader. I could have placed a nav beacon there, just called it black market trader. And whenever I would go to this overview here, just type in black. It would then tell me the black market trader, and I could double click and it would show me where it is. That's how they are usually used. Or there's an anomaly that teleports you through different systems. You can place a nav beacon at each of those entrances and you can find the anomaly. A docking computer on an AI ship, I think, does not make a difference in docking, because the moment it activates, the ship basically has almost already docked. I just give it to them for when I maybe need to gain control of the ship, and they are not that expensive. Because the docking computer basically only takes over for the last 5 meters, and NPCs usually screw up much earlier than that. If they screw up. Are they intersecting? Nope. And this should now be the last one. In the intersecting area, we just place one here.
Yes, it looks like you have found a route. Nicely done, Explorer.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th wouldn't have even been necessary, and this will not even be accepted, so it's just self-destruct.
Move in. The expedition shall now establish a scientific outpost. This may be the beginning of a most fruitful phase in our journey together.
High
Hey,
guard.
don't scratch my paint. Anything interesting here? Iridium oxide, okay. House of the Alliance. So what's our quest now? Oh yeah, I think our current quest is basically go back through the gate
Jump
and wait.
gate, Great Reef.
And maybe we should quickly get rid of all these unread mails here.
Entering system, Great Reef.
There are items that are illegal here. Okay, yes. Electronics and hard parts are not being delivered. And the ship is arriving. So we might just look what we need. 10,000 hard parts, 2,000 electronics. But it's not a small amount of items. But we have, of course, still have got our Okinawa here. So let's see what the little baby here can deliver. Electronics and hard part. 1,800 electronics. Able to get. We got there, okay. Let's get that where it needs to be. And then hull parts as well. There's a hull part factory in here. There. Okay, that's. But that's at least one ship full, so let's grab them. After that, we can search further out. This might take a while. Let me see. First of all, the plan build. Administrative center is the second thing to be built, so the claim on the system will come very quickly. That's the important part, because once we have a claim to the system, our station needs to be destroyed for others to be able to contest the system. Okay, there we are. Even overshot. And now let's get a few electronics. Electronics here. There's not enough electronics there, so electronics might prove to. Oh, this is very far. Let's see if we can. Yeah. This is now a few trips for that ship, and it's not the fastest ship, but at least it will build. At least we have made sure that everything will be in place. I think they will have to, yes. I thought about that, but yeah, I think they have to. Because most of them have in and out ports. The drones come in on a certain height of the ship into the in-port, and they come out of the out-port and enter into a different part of the ship. So, you know, otherwise you would have the ships, the drones coming out of waiting to go into the in-port at the station, but it's an out-port, so they would have to X over, and I don't think they would like to. Okay, Now it is just time to sita a little bit until compadre Bozo starts talking. So in the meantime, while we sita, I think we could just head here, go to the Trinity, and sita around in the Trinity. What?
Entering.
Wait. Did you see that? Pretty sure I just saw a pirate. Yep. Let's see. There's a pirate. Did you see that? Boron Plunderer Phoenix. They barely have anything to. They can't afford a destroyer yet. So that's why I immediately went that that's a pirate. So we will now send our beloved Trinity. That for some reason I am too stupid. There it is. And we will have her follow until further notice. So we will have to get onto another ship that can just sit here and sita, and that will be Robert Ash.
Atikva's choice.
And since we were on board the ship when we gave that command, we will of course have to tell the Trinity to proceed with current orders. No, we don't. Okay. So, oh, that happened instantly. A bee ejected. Instantly, it just moved a few seconds ago. So we got a nice ship there. And a bee is a good ship. Does that PE eject as well? Oh, no. Do you see that? One of your ships got damaged. The Yan. The first thing it does is it immediately docks up automatically. Or it tries to.
You're going for recycling.
That has docked and plunk. Repaired. Oh, and there's one ship. You lost the ship. We really lost the ship. Jian has been destroyed. Catastrophe. How could this happen? I think it was because they were all too close to each other. So, at this point, our ship replacement program would kick in. We don't have one yet, so we will have to replace them manually. But first of all, I want to take control of one of the ships and get that beam.
We've established a perimeter around the inactive jump gate. Now we are commencing the construction of an outpost.
Hello?
Do not elevate your hopes quite yet. Experimentation shall begin soon, but jump gate technology is very alien and highly volatile. We do not know for certain whether we can ever successfully force a connection, particularly without real-time coordination with our Kingdom End counterparts. Nonetheless, we have an ideal candidate gate for experimentation. The Alliance of the Word has an obligation to our cousins in Kingdom End to try our utmost. These technological marvels have eluded our understanding to date. Something about the interfaces remains stubbornly out of reach. The final spark. In any case, Explorer, congratulations. You have performed your part, and you have done so unimpeachably. We will keep you updated on our progress in the coming years. And, if fate wills it, you might one day find your name in the annals of the great explorers and scientists.
Docking granted. B.
Thank you. Prepare to dock.
So let's send crew over here. Oh, we could, in theory, just scoop this crew. I mean, the B, how much crew can you hold? 6. So let's try to scoop up that crew.
You are done for.
Spacesuit.
Ooh. How do I do spacesuit rescue on my own?
Assistant,
Oh, do I have to
you
call
must
them?
forgive my absence in your most recent exploratory endeavors. It is just, I have been somewhat preoccupied with my own observations.
Never a good idea.
When did Numancaret say the Alliance of the World plans to conclude their experiments?
Well, the expedition leader did suggest that he would keep us up.
Okay, this doesn't work at all. How do I... on those spacesuits to dock on my ship? Doesn't work. So I think I will have to get one pilot. Anyone, this for example, to be the captain of the B here. And then I have to get up.
Over the coming years.
What? Years, you say? That is... Oh my, that is rather disappointing. I had hoped to contribute to their experiments right away. Well, since you are already running errands in boron space, would you mind assisting me in my personal research? Ever since my tentacles first grasped the scientific equipment in this research installation, I have been utterly fascinated by the Great Reef Nebula. Even if that pesky Sagaris Pioneers vessel is complicating accurate measurement collection at the moment. You see...
Yeah, those lasers are... They even deal a lot of damage to the Hyperion, for example. I really hate them as enemies.
Magnetars, in fact, which pulse in an oddly specific way. One could be an anomaly. Two might be a coincidence, but I have already identified a potential third. I need you to verify my observations, independently. To that end, I have compiled a list of positions in Great Reef that I need you to visit.
Yep.
Please do forgive me if I appear somewhat excitable. There is a chance that this could point to a discovery of immeasurable significance.
Boso Tar has informed me of your exciting plans. You must let me accompany you. In fact, I will not take no for an answer. The Alliance is in the midst of their preparations. I have to say, the deluge of scientific jargon leaves me cold. I much prefer action.
Let's see if we can get all the crew on board here.
You're done for. Help!
You're done for now.
You're going for recycling.
I mean, it was a very good idea for the farthest one away to be the first to dock.
You're going for recycling.
Oh yeah, some of the ships took significant damage there. So I think what I said about friendly fire and not being being counted when I'm not on board the ship is bullcrap. That's the next exploded. Two, in fact. Just because I'm hanging around here. So I gotta said been wrong. So we will, how do I say that politely? GTFO and replace those ships really quickly. Because while we weren't there, nothing was happening, right? Right click on the ship, and there should be the point put into internal storage.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
That's the Trinity. Just as this has the option to retrieve from, should have the option retrieve from internal storage. There should be the option put into internal storage. So sadly, ships do take damage when you are around a friendly fire style. So this is kind of crap. But yeah. We need 3 ships to replace the old ones. 90 million. Go. Oops. But they're already being built, right? Yeah, they are. I need to reconfigure the whole saved bunch here. It's strange.
Awaiting orders.
Rules, you attack fighters first for all of them.
Awaiting orders.
Going to be saved. Oh, red dot. Okay. 3 awaiting orders. Where are 3 new gens? I think no, they weren't.
Dragon. Raider.
Awaiting orders.
How's RB doing? Well, he is not doing well. Let's just get him here. Pad. Yeah, and the spacesuits, they will just die. There's nothing I can do about them. We're back to 20 here. Ah, okay. So either we are accepting that they do friendly fire to each other, or that the station does, or we won't get the ships. So we'll have to figure something out how to get all the ships we want. First of all, the Trinity is still following the destroyer around, so let's quickly Sita to a point where he is in interception range. Hello, move please. He not at that point. Oh, he still isn't at that point. Okay, that is colossally impractical. Teleport there. Good.
Entering system.
Let's see. It is a
Watchful
Phoenix E.
gaze. Entering system. Great
I mean,
reef.
if we... How is it with our rules? If we manage to capture a Phoenix E, can we use it? Or do we have to sell it? Ice cream. You are one of the guardians of the rules. How is it supposed to go?
E.
Oh, he's so nicely out of range. But there he is accelerating. Let's hope we can catch up. Because if we catch him somewhere there, he won't be able to... Any resistance? Or get in problems, I think. He should be way too far away from that station to get into trouble with it.
Yes, scan at your leisure.
Nope, the station is already firing at him, so we will have to get him to pull away.
We cannot tolerate your actions.
Engine.
Piracy is valid. Okay. Well, that's something I wanted to... Defense drone on them, but they don't do a lot of damage, so,
Turret. Phoenix. E. Turret. Phoenix. E. Turret.
We're taking hits.
you're not only taking... Oh, are they really eating away at his main shields? Or is that me? I think that's me. I want the flag to stop, so let me quickly straddle down his armor. We need it to be below 40%. Oh no, do we? No. Actually we don't. No, there's another gun.
Turret.
You know what?
Taking serious.
Okay. Well, these are just defense drones. They shouldn't really do damage.
Pod launched. Moving to target.
Oop.
Steady. Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Contact.
Okay, one port has not yet connected. That's that one. Which is kind of a problem. Zippy ship. By the way, if you ever have a pod that does not connect and the progress does not immediately begin. Try getting that pod shown on the map, which is most easily done by using this overview here. And then you see there is no pod shown on the map. So the pod itself is already considered docked. If it wasn't, you could in theory right click on it and say transfer crew and transfer the crew back to your ship. Hokkaido has now one Nevidium in its... Oh. Did we forget to tell the dude here to put out mining probes? I think we might have. Yes, we forgot to tell him to put out... That's crap. Will he start again? Will he place them? I think there's a button for him to... Where is he? Yes, I think he will start again. Okay. Shouldn't he? He is now pulling away. And we... have the second stage in progress, so we just wait here now. Zippy ship for the first. Which is a zippy ship? It could, for example, be the Boron Irukanji, which is yeah. Whoa. Oh, the Pegasus. That's even slower than the Irokanji. Let me show you something. Have a look on my screen. With mods, this will of course be faster, but have a look at... Oh, I can't. Standing too bad. Okay, we will have to... No, we don't have to wait for this. Ship compare. Irokanji. Am I too stupid to find the eye? No, I'm on it. Let's just go for scout there to be quick. 10,500 compared to the Pegasus. Vanguard? Vanguard. No, Perseus, Pegasus. It's 8,000. You see, the country has more shields, basically more of everything except for recharge rate, and it is considerably faster. God, this is so brutal. The only thing where the Perseus is better is boost speed, but even the travel drive of the Borons is 0 seconds, and the acceleration is brutal. So, and if you mod that one. Yeah, you are most likely not even able to break in time. Yeah, it's gone. It's just gone. So I just lost our ship. I have no idea where it is. We... Oh, there. Oh, it just switched systems. It is running.
I need an update.
It is running and it's running fast.
Preparing for breach. Sit rep. Green.
And yes, pirates are oftentimes spotted in the Boron's systems, especially in the Provinces Adrift, even after the quests, because they think they are easy prey. They are not.
Go.
Okay. Yeehaw!
Safe to engage.
New ship. There it is. We got ourselves a new destroyer. Well, everything is destroyed on the destroyer. The breeze. Worst Marine will be captain, and then we transfer the crew over. And then you... It has the 2 main guns, that is important. We don't want tracking turrets. Tracking turrets are crap. Shields are all installed. That was quite a good fit, actually. Completely equipped. Good little ship. Nice. So...
Awaiting orders.
Yes, Katana. I know. We are now returning to you to continue. So where do I get Irikanji? Irikanji is
Katana.
in the Boron. It's a Boron ship. You can buy it at every Boron wharf. As soon as you have 10 reputation with the Borons. But the Pegasus is very good as well. And the pirate version of the Pegasus is the Morea, which you already saw. Or already had once. Or one of. That is the litigious rodent that you exchanged for the katana. No, we don't have to go there. Bozo asked us for help. What? There.
Empty space.
Okay, the ship is flying away, and I think this was our second time, so yes, we will soon have ownership of the system. Let's see, we have enough of everything to at least build the admin. Yep. Ownership of the system within the next 10 minutes or so.
You have arrived at the precise position. Excellent. Taking measurements now. No. This is no good. We will have to disregard these readings. Oh well. This shall not dishearten us. Assistant. Onwards to the next position.
Bosotar, may I ask you a personal question?
By all means, Neela T.
What makes you choose to remain out there? All alone in that tiny tank of yours? Are you not tempted to reunite with your kind, now that we are reconnected?
Nothing would delight me more than to explore the provinces myself, and to get out of this tube for once. But my work is simply too important. After years enslaved in the service of advancing split weaponry, I now preside over what is quite possibly the most advanced scientific facility in the network. I am sorely tempted to abandon post. Even if it is just for a little while, I would most certainly love to see the Great Reef in person. But ultimately, my work here is so much more important than my personal desires.
Ice Cream, one more question. I mean, this series will go on for few more episodes. A lot more episodes. I have roughly estimated it to be at least 25. Get to a point where I would say, okay, maybe we want a clean start. 25 to 30, maybe even 50. And I'm planning to do all boron run after. Not an all boron run. A boron focused run, because we cannot use the boron destroyers. They are crap. So, would you be interested in that as well?
Fascination with Great Reef. If you will forgive my candor, you seem to be rather fixated on this particular system.
Actually, I was born there. Not that I would have any memory of it. Then shortly after I was hatched, I was taken to Argon space.
But wait, that would mean you were released.
Yes, indeed. If the records are correct,
Oh.
I am 47 years old.
7 years.
Incredible.
That is really ancient for a boron. And in the German version of this game, and this is a German game, she now says someone, yeah, I've never imagined I would ever meet someone so aged and venerable. And in the German version, she says, and I translate literally here, I never thought I'd meet such an aged and venerable human being. She says Menschen, which is human. I've reported this a year ago. I mean, it's not serious, but every time I hear it, I'm like, great. Arr!
I never imagined I would ever meet someone so aged and venerable.
Very oops.
Spending time away from my laboratory. While my mind
Much
remains
oops.
sharp, I must exercise it for the benefit of all. Taking the second set of measurements. Blasted photoplankton. Nothing. Again. We shall try once more. I know I am onto something. I can feel it in my fins.
You know, it is strange. Our lifespan is short. At least in comparison to the other known sentient species. When you think about it, very few boron of the provinces adrift will recall Kingdom End, or the benevolent leadership of our monarch. Yet, ask any one of them, and finding a way back home will be their preeminent priority. How is it that we are driven to pursue such things, even on the thinnest of leads? Is this inherent boron naivete, or an innate scientific drive?
That is simply our nature. We are known for...
I mean, to be honest, just consider being stranded in this world, anywhere. Would you rather be stranded in the Terran space? Or in the Argon space? Or with the borons? Even being a human, I mean, you can get other stuff than Bufu, right? By the way, this is not Nishada. We'll see Nishada later. Terrans? The space Nazis?
being pacifists and scientists.
Why do you always translate everything into Japanese? This is a German game. It is produced in Germany. So it's not a translational mistake.
But underneath all of that, are we not first optimists? Excellent. Yes, this position seems promising. Taking readings of the phenomenon now.
What?
Curious. What? No, this This will not do at all. Assistant, something seems to be interfering with the measurements. You must get to the bottom of this at once.
Asteroid.
Okay, this should now have shrunken the map back to normal size. The origin of the human species like the Ark. But the secret so well, the Argons didn't know. The Argons didn't know how the how they came to be. The Goners, a religious subgroup, had a belief system in place that they came from a distant place called Earth, but that was basically not held back by the Secret Service. The Secret Service simply didn't believe it themselves until they saw the first evidence in Experiment the Frontier. That's when Bandana, which is the contact person you have there. By the way, I have a complete video on that first game on my YouTube channel. And he starts to believe you and to research into that. And they are a very strong driver in the reunification with Earth in X3 Reunion. And Earth then basically goes, wow, you fucked off, stay fucked off. Don't, get off our lawn, fuck you.
This asteroid is highly unusual. It appears to emit some form of residual energy, impeding the accuracy of my readings. You must destroy it.
Wait, what? Is that really necessary? Can you not simply account for the interference and adjust your readings accordingly? Or reposition the ship a little for clearer measurements?
Inconceivable!
We sadly do. That's why I would like to live with the Borons.
There is no room for error or extrapolation.
No, I know what you mean.
Everything must be exact. A controlled detonation would be the best course to pursue.
You will need spacesuit bombs to detonate the asteroid. Allow me to drop some for you to use at your discretion.
You don't happen to have some of them?
A word of warning. Do not let the authorities find you with this contraband.
Now don your spacesuit, assistant.
Qu'est-ce que das da? Oh! Qu'est-ce que c'est? Nilati.
Katana.
C'est.
Excellent. Attach several bombs to the asteroid now.
Several bombs. This thing is annoying. Let's attach several bombs then. 1, 2, several.
And detonate. Quite the spectacle. Obliteration may have appeared to be an extreme approach to resolving our issue, but it seems to have done the trick.
Katana. Docking granted.
Assistant, please return to the initially designated position.
Not sure if you'll be able to do that. To some extent, but not really. The Japanese culture did, but it had to betray its core values to do so. So, this is all pretty vague.
Empty space. Empty.
Taking measurements now. This is...
Oh my! Would you look at that? That is 5 magnetars, each rotating at a comparable speed. No, wait, actually, this cannot be right. One rotation every 1.884 seconds, which equals one rotation per 3.14 Fourier transitions, which... Oh, you might not be following. Their rotational speeds are precisely identical.
5? With identical speeds? But that is impossible.
As we are observing it right now, it would be more accurate to say that it is highly improbable. But yes, the odds of this phenomenon occurring naturally are incredibly, unfathomably minuscule. And, viewed from this position, their positioning appears oddly symmetrical as well. The stars seem to be pointing towards that blue giant. I wonder if... Oh my! The radiation readings emanating from the blue giant are incredible.
Incredible? How?
They are oddly regular, in a manner that should not be possible. And they repeat, like a signal. Could this be what we have been missing? Surely not. That would mean... Did someone mean for us to find this?
Wait. A message written in the stars. For you?
Oh no, please. Not meant for me specifically. But this constellation cannot conceivably be a natural occurrence. Its existence is a manifestation of intent.
If this close to a magnetar, well, you don't have any idea how close we are to the magnetar, right? This, the 5,000 kilometer thing was only a marker of orientation, not how far the magnetar is away.
Assistant, you should head back to the expedition outpost now.
Considering how
I shall apply my intellectual suckers to the details of our discovery.
How large they are here.
Explorer, do not for a minute
Close.
think that I am not coming with you.
Yeah, okay, why can't I? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they are really prominent at the sky, but you wouldn't try. That's that needs you to get way closer, and
these energy readings seem to be compatible with the jump gate, at least according to the science team's tentative simulations.
It is a cipher, deliberately placed.
the thing is, mustn't forget that they magnetars have a certain spin, and if the spin direction does not directly cross their electromagnetic, how they call it, the blasts, the jets. If the jets do not cross you at all, or do not pass you at all, or pass through your body at all, but they are basically spinning vertically, and you're just measuring the rotation due to the fluctuation in the field, then nothing would happen.
To allow us access,
especially not at that distance.
I do not know whether that can be said conclusively. These are fantastical claims to be making without any weight of evidence. Perhaps the jump gates draw some of their function from anomalous occurrences, such as your synchronized stellar bodies. Or perhaps whoever built these gates used the blue giant as a constant point of reference. One that is detectable throughout key areas of the network and used for calibration of some kind. I do not yet have sufficient data, so I hesitate to spring to conclusions. That said, your findings certainly accelerate our scientific timeline. Explorer, talk to me in person so that I may brief you on how we will proceed.
Well, I only had.
It is quite obvious why he is so hesitant to entertain my hypothesis. I shall admit, it seems rather ludicrous on the face of it, but I believe he will rue dismissing the concept so readily. To encounter this phenomenon now, just as we are making our first foray into jump gate interaction, is a coincidence of astronomical proportions.
Only relatively basic. That part of us. Know that if they were that dangerous, we would have huge problems over here. I mean, because they emit radiation and not in small amounts. But if you're not directly in the path of the jet, it's very much diminished.
Detected.
Very much reduced. Also, what to say is that Piranha, they're abandoned. Oh, we have to talk to the monk rat. As I said, it is relatively vague, and I have no idea where I've read that. That's years ago. But one of the core values that they had to basically throw away was the belief in the show, in the
Katana.
godlike state of the Tenno. Something they would have real problems with, but they had to get rid of that. That's what I read, and I don't know where I read it. It's years ago, as I said. But that kind of makes sense. I mean, they are on a way to doing that partially. Yeah.
Wayfinder.
Hello, I want to dock.
Docking granted.
Okay. Bridge. Apparently as well. Starting to distance themselves from that belief, right? I mean, at least the youth stuff.
Ah, there you are. I have briefed Lita Wee's administration on a research strategy and experimentation protocols. The science team is making the final calibrations. And, as you can see, the Alliance of the Word has worked strenuously to...
No. That's good. Have at least 2 pillboxes, as I have them, ideally at a 45-degree angle, pointing towards the gate, and have it at least 10 kilometers, better 11 to 12 kilometers away from the gate, so that the platform itself that is closest to the gate is between 10 and 12 kilometers. Not as close as you can put it, because you could, in theory, if you use some tricks, put it directly at the gate. You can place something close to the gate and then extend it all the way towards the gate by increasing the plot size, and that you can encompass the gate, which I would not recommend.
All of the necessary energy infrastructure.
We have concluded our preparations.
Good, Lexi. This, by the way, is what you see soon. Is not only a video. If you have a very, very close look to this nacelle or this area here, you will see her ship flying there.
Oh, the delicious, heady feeling of pre-experiment anticipation. But, Assistant, I would be surprised if our experiments here escape the attention of the Karg.
The boron scientist has a point. I shall defer to your judgment on when we should commence the experiment. Shall we initiate proceedings?
Yes, let's go and have a good look at...
Science team, You have authorization. You are green to go.
There's the ship. And have a good look at this area here. Oh, no, that's not the ship. Where is it? There it is.
Uploading frequency profile as signal template.
So this is another camera on what is happening outside.
Oh yes, the change in energy signature is immediately detectable.
Indubitably, the signal you helped extract activated something within the gate's mechanism.
I can confirm that we can interface with the jump gate. It appears that we can input basic commands.
All of this seems to indicate that I really am onto something with the cipher hypothesis. The cadence of the blue giant's radiation output acts as a sort of key.
Introduce energy now.
Affirmative.
Stay on guard, everyone. Explorer, get back out there. Make
Okay, we have to protect the terminal, and the Kark are already searching.
Katana.
Cock, as expected.
Oh no, and with such calamitous timing.
Oh, that was really spray and pray and spray all past him.
Forager.
That's fine. I can take one hit.
Protector. Forager.
I cannot allow you to continue that really bad move on your part.
Queen's Guard. Forager. Queen's Guard.
I am alright. Yes, definitely alright. You must halt the experiment immediately. You were It's too late for that now.
Forager.
Stop your attack immediately.
Protector. Forager. Protector. Forager.
Stop your attack immediately.
Protector. Forager.
Not just let you get away with that.
Ooh.
Danger.
They really like ramming.
Queen's Guard.
I'm covering you.
Forager. Protector. Forager.
Sorry, I didn't mean. We cannot tolerate your actions.
Queen's Guard.
I'll wipe you out.
Forager. Protector. Forager. Protector.
I cannot just let you get away with that.
Forager. Protector. Queen's Guard.
You were expecting to beat me easily, but you were mistaken.
Protector. Hive Guard. Protector. Forager. Pressure. Protector.
It's almost powered up. I do believe I may have aimed myself.
Queen's Guard. Forager. Protector. Forager.
We're constantly being laced by one enemy, I think. One
Protector.
particular one is really chasing us down. By the way, are the turrets? They are armed, okay.
Hive Guard. Protector. Forager. Protector. Forager. Queen's Guard. Hive Guard.
They're jumping out. Okay.
My goodness, I feel quite nauseous.
Nauseous?
Something is happening.
Everyone, fall back. Regroup at my position.
Before we do that, I hope I can stop my ship from getting there. Maybe we can
Danger.
collect some of the loot here. Because there can be quite lucrative things in there. But things seem to only be basics. Okay.
A giant spike in radiation.
Well, this is certainly new.
Whoa.
Initial readings?
Everything. All scans seem to indicate regular jump gate function.
Incredible! It really does appear as though we managed to establish a connection between two gates.
But does it lead to Kingdom End?
There is only one method for ascertaining the answer to that question. Fleet, move out.
Wait! There is an energy flux.
Cool.
And transition is achieved. Green lights across the board. No immediate danger detected. Oh my goodness! There's a fleet of Commonwealth ships, right here. Greetings, friends. Please tell me you are with the Alliance of the Word.
Getting cold in
We are
here.
indeed.
Judging by the equipment surrounding this gate, would it be presumptuous to imagine that you had a hand in activating the jump gate from this side?
With the help of the local boron population, yes.
How very impressive. Our scientists have been endeavoring to achieve this for countless times. but to no avail.
Then suddenly, without warning, something changed, and we were able to interface with the jump gate.
Yes, we have just made the significant breakthrough that brings everything together.
You simply must share your findings with us. In the meantime, we will harden the gate defensive positions and establish patrols. And of course, our most venerable and beloved Queen Polyphides wishes to receive you and your subordinates to thank you for all you have achieved.
It would be an honor.
We will also need to instigate ties with the local administration.
I may be able to assist in that regard, and I cannot deny how thrilled I would be to come aboard as ambassador to my long-lost Boron brethren.
Oh.
Explorer, you and Bozo Ta were pivotal to the success of this entire undertaking. It would only be right for the two of you to join me in my audience with the Queen.
Me? Meet the Queen? This is also overwhelming.
He lost some ink out of panic there.
Entering system. Kingdom End.
Music. Ouch. Hey, we've got a sector to our name. So if the Mako is going to fly there, it is going past our station, but not very close. Beautiful. Let's go there. And there it is, up ahead, Nishala.
Entering reflected stars.
I still cannot believe it. Kingdom End. In my lifetime. Look how beautiful it is. And we did it. We established the connection. And we are summoned by the Queen, no less.
What a marvelous turn of events indeed. And it is reassuring to see the seat of Boron civilization faring so well. They have weathered isolation far better than the provinces. That is for certain. A strong economy, political stability, no signs of strife or unrest. They seem to be at peace. Now we can finally bring the provinces adrift back into the fold. And my people can finally share in that sweet tranquility.
Awaiting orders.
It was the Mako. The soft words of a Boron is unmistakable. Oops. This happened? I have no idea. This is what should have happened. Oh, mouse control select.
Entering Kingdom End 1. Reminiscence Terminal Laos. I think this is right, or is this the Elias Village Vigilance? Yeah. Docking granted.
This, by the way, is the Shark. This is the ship we saw broken up earlier.
Successfully docked.
Oh, this is so exciting!
So while the whole sequence is playing, I'll be AFK for a second and I will just send you into the screen where you can just observe the ceremony, okay?
Greetings, travelers. It is our great pleasure as reigning monarch of the Queendom of Boron to receive you all in this historic moment. Our royal steward positively gushed with praise for his allies, and so I wish to thank each one of you who was so critical in bringing these long-lost systems back into the fold. First, Numunkaret, fearless leader without whose vision and doggedness an expedition of such scale would never have been possible. You have our deepest gratitude.
You are most welcome, Your Majesty. The pursuit of knowledge and unity is my paramount drive. I could no more relinquish the task than I could cease breathing.
Nila T, our loyal subject and long-lost kinswoman. You have done your utmost to maintain the safety and security of the Severed Realm, despite hardship and adversity. And Steward Leader informs us that not for one moment did you let the dream of Kingdom End die. You have our deepest gratitude.
It is such an honor to be here, Your Grace. Just to be here, to see the home planet, is all the reward I will ever need.
And now for the prodigal spawn, Bozo Tar. You spent a whole lifetime away from home, isolated from all fellow Boron in the most unimaginable manner, and yet you did not let these dreadful circumstances deter you. Welcome home, Bozo Tar.
Please forgive me. I have no words.
All rise.
And then, of course, there is you, Raibu Hurricane. We have been informed that your grit and fortitude were the backbone of this venture. Without your endeavors, it is doubtful that the Boron of Kingdom End would now be reunited with their brethren, or the Commonwealth at large. We thank you from the deepest well of our being. Now, Numankaret, we expect that you and your science team will be quite busy for some time to come, exchanging your findings with our own scientists and making sense of all that has occurred here. Yet still, we have a favor to ask of you. It has been a long time since we last shared the network with other species. We ask that you use your expertise to coordinate a mission to reach out to our old allies and adversaries. Let them know that the Boron of Kingdom End have returned.
I would be honored to oversee such an undertaking, and I already know the perfect candidate to take up these emissarial duties. Explorer, what do you say?
Of course we will accept.
well,
It presents a unique opportunity to explore every corner of the network.
I was about to say no.
Only thank all of you again. You are great friends to our people. But now we are afraid that we must ask you all to take your leave. Our royal duties cannot be postponed any longer.
Okay. Well,
Farewell, dear friends of Boron.
This concludes the royal audience. Our honored guests, you are invited to hold your inaugural mission briefing at the designated venue.
Please follow me.
we can do that. But first of all, we shall get Delilah's swan song and send it to Earth to upgrade and repair. We give it some much needed shield
First
upgrades.
outsiders to step in front of a Boron Queen in decades. How incredible! And you get a promotion to Royal Emissary. Congratulations!
145k,
I shall do my best to coordinate your tasks and duties.
108, and a lot more recharge there. Same goes for the turrets. Yes, this is going to be expensive, but this ship is basically our flagship regarding damage. So there's nothing that is too expensive. We didn't even have the money to buy crew earlier on, I remember. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look at our business over here. We could, in theory, upgrade this. But I think at the time, the current moment, this is not really necessary. What we should expect to happen soon is there to be a Kark invasion. We are mining this area for quite some time now. And sadly, there are traces of Nevidium here. That means Kark will get angry with us mining this area too long. So we should get a fleet that is able to take down Kark nests. I would be very glad to have that done by a fleet with an Asgard in it. We won't be able to afford that. So the best, or to afford that, because we would have to get a station and everything. So the best thing to do would be to get either Honshu with accompanying ships, or only an Osaka fleet. I say only because they are quite expensive and we would need a few of those. Well, they have formidable defense and firepower. Regarding to what we can get, right? They are quite hard to produce in terms of money. Right, so we would have to fork out at least 160 million for those, for 4 of them. But they are, as I said, quite good in the role of keeping the Kark at bay. And not only the Antigone Memorial one needs to exist. No, there can be another one. Because I had the situation that it was there and there was not an Antigone Memorial. Let me have a look. Which one was it? Right, Black Hole Sun. Black Hole Sun, it was a Black Hole Sun at that. Which confused me first, but yeah, it somehow works out. And yes, I know that the big hive in Antigone Memorial is likely to cause it, but still, I cannot have a troop flying around all the time. So I will search, but I'm still having a defense force ready in Asteroid Belt. Although because once or twice already an eye managed to get into here. That causes havoc as well. Yeah, I don't say that it is normal. This is a bug, I know, but it still happens. I know that usually it's only 3 jumps, but it happens. So, shall we get it? Yeah, let's just go for it. Could even go for a set of 5. One boss, 5 subordinates. Let's go for that route then. Money will be pouring in again. That's not a problem. continue on then. Oh, yes, we have to go to the briefing.
Before we commence with business matters, may I say that it is a great honor to work with you heralds on your royal mission. My part is to provide you with the necessary information for your mission manager, and to monitor your progress. Other than that, I will contact you should the need arise. Over the course of this endeavor, there will be multiple missions for you to choose from. While it is your duty to complete all missions, the order in which you pursue them is a matter for your own discretion. You are now ready to embark upon your voyage. I shall return to the expedition to oversee the science team. So much data to pore over, so many questions still unanswered. You have performed a great service to the scientific community. Thank you. See it through thoroughly to completion, and you will be the pride of the Queendom.
Renowned friend, which assignment did you receive? To a boron scientist? Surely they have a convenient supply of bofu secured. I am afraid you may have drawn the short straw. A mere courier assignment. I am responsible for establishing a defense treaty with the Argon Federation. I wish you the best of luck. Farewell, dear friend.
You are in Her Majesty's service, I see. How very commendable. It is of the utmost urgency that this modest bofu delivery arrives at my facility. Please deliver the consignment and then meet with me immediately thereafter. I have marked a bofu chemical lab station which sells bofu, but feel free to find a more lucrative trade source.
Mission interrupted. New mission activated.
Her Majesty is strikingly charismatic in person.
Yes, indeed. When she looks at you, it is like you are the only person for 20 parsecs.
Did you ever believe you would meet a monarch?
Never. Nor would I have expected to have the honor of such an important responsibility.
What was your impression of the Alliance representative?
Very nice and professional.
Matter of fact.
Indeed.
The Queen's heralds are reminded not to broadcast their private observations publicly.
My deepest apology.
Mission completed. New mission.
Hello there. I see you are making progress with the bofu delivery assignment. How wonderful.
Docking granted. Docking aborted. Boron Wharf. Docking granted. Autopilot engaged. Docking aborted. Autopilot disengaged. Docking granted.
Hello.
Oh, and I'm muted all the time. Oh no. I'm a sucker for pink and purple and green, so that suit was really cool.
It is good to see you, friend.
Yeah, here's Bozo's voice.
We have been watching your accomplishments with great interest and believe you deserve a reward for it. I am pleased to present you with a new rank within the Queendom. You will find that this rank comes with wondrous benefits. These benefits are tied to the rank, so if you lose the rank, the benefits will go too. But with your character, I am sure we have nothing to worry about. I hope you find these rewards acceptable. Please make the most of them. You may now find that certain organizations within the Boron Queendom will take interest in you joining their ranks. Once again, I thank you for your continued efforts. We look forward to working with you more in the future. Pleasant travels.
And yeah, the lady forgets that yes, sometimes food is important. And it's just Bozota. And yeah, she doesn't really know that Bozo lives outside of the network. Is not sufficiently supplied with.
It is good to see you, friend. Pleasant travels.
Travels yourself. He's not traveling.
Katana.
No idea which gender he is. There are three genders in the Boron Society, and I have no idea which gender he is. I think there are three. I'm pretty sure that was there.
Superhighway. Reflected stars.
Oh yeah, we don't have theoretics and we have further. Our route is longer, of course, yes. By the way, how's our teleportation? Oh, nice stuff is coming and arriving. We've almost bought. Oh no, I thought we had bought almost all of it, but that must have been a mistake. Advanced electronics. Oh yeah, that's very low, but the other stuff is arriving. Let's have a look. We only want large volumes. Oh, well. There we are. That will help.
Entering reflected stars.
Thing is, with our playthrough, I always hope to get my hands on a shark to be able to do some boarding with it. Due to its massive complement of soldiers and marines. Not going to happen since we can't buy one. So either I capture one, and there are not many around, or we have to use another ship for that. It's not easy to do. I have to really think about that.
Entering towering wave. Receiving broadcast message.
Dear passing pilots of assorted heritage and disposition, by the grace of Her Majesty the Queen, it is our privilege to aid the reintegration of the provinces adrift into the venerable and resilient Queendom of Boron. Regrettably, there appears...
That is something where many people think it is that the Borans are basically fighting the reabsorption into the Boron Queendom, because regrettably there appears to be an ongoing misunderstanding of the inhabitants of this otherwise picturesque sector. The inhabitants that are meant are the Kark in Sanctuary of Darkness, not the Borons in Iron Shores and Great Reef.
There appears to be an ongoing misunderstanding with the inhabitants of this otherwise picturesque sector. I hereby call upon your civil courage and request that you join us
in the fight against the Kark. Okay, we are approaching 4 a.m. Slowly, but I think right about 4 a.m. will be the time when I have to cut it for tonight. And we will see each other tomorrow, if you wish. But it's still over half an hour away, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. We might even be able to...
The homeworld scientists apparently set up a similar energy input system to our own, but their capacity is simply tremendous.
Our blueprints were, of course, based on the theories that they shared with us in their transmission. So that should not come as a surprise. Establishing a connection between jump gates requires staggering quantities of resources. Yet, it appears that those resources need not be equally balanced between the gate loci. Thankfully, the Boron have been laying the groundwork for our breakthrough for decades. We suspected that was the case. Hope so even, but until now, we could not be entirely certain.
Itchy eye.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Oh. And we're able to make that call on.
Entering system. Barren Shores.
Well, for the time being, let's give him the role of satellite service. Tell him to put out 3 rings. 3 rings, and do not. I mean, this would be 2 rings, so we want 3 rings there. Okay, because the first one just means a satellite in the middle. 2 is the 1 ring. So yeah, let's just have him research and explore that sector for us really quick. How's our production in Terra going? Beautiful it is, as is.
Entering system. Watchful Gaze.
A small station. By the way, if you ever want to enable mouse lock, this is hold shift down and click the middle mouse. Then you can even look past your map. You deactivate it just the same way.
Entering system. Heretics End.
Is our whole defense fleet ready? 4 of them are, the 5th not yet, so let's wait. And of course I forgot to pre-configure the turrets again, so I will have to configure them after the fact. Oh, did I? Did I forget it? Yes. I mean, I can, in theory. Set this as a preset.
You're done for.
Entering system. Morningstar.
But this, of course, only works for new ships. We will have to set it for the other ones manually. You know what?
Katana.
Let's just get
Get out of here.
range.
You not get away with that. Oh, you want some more? Get spiced. They're not scared split.
Requesting immediate backup.
Entering system. Hatikva's choice.
There's a set service in Grand Exchange 1 that I thought it would at least do the other two as well, but okay. Let's have him.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Should be somewhere here, right? The Antigone Memorial.
Entering system. 18 billion. Entering system. Grand Exchange.
Yeah, it's getting lucky.
Entering Grand Exchange 1.
Yeah, and we are.
Can I help, sir?
Just crash into the station, dude. Of course you did.
Docking granted. Katana.
Assistant, can you believe it? We met Her Majesty, the Queen Polyphides. The proximity to Upper Boron and consequent exposure to the pheromone clouds seems to have triggered some changes in my physiology. Oh, I was so nervous. The adrenaline will sustain me for days to come. So much to research. The time ahead will be crucial, and word of our achievements will spread throughout the network. The potential to manipulate jump gates will certainly catalyze a fundamental paradigm shift. I would not be surprised if there were more pulsar constellations out there, just waiting to be found. I fear that not everyone will use this knowledge responsibly.
Yeah,
Through our
right there.
intergalactic interspecies cooperation, we overcame insurmountable odds. And yet, That cipher, finding it now, just when we needed it, seems too much of a coincidence. Could there be someone out there? Unseen, but watching? Oh my, these are weighty propositions indeed. Perhaps we should apply ourselves to the immediate tasks in hand. Wonderful! The Bofu has arrived. Please visit me in my laboratory.
I will do.
Hello there. Ah, yes, my beloved Bofu. Indeed you did.
The Queen said Bofu?
Oh, Her Delightful Majesty. Yes, well, not quite the Queen. I may have hijacked your mission communications a tad, just to imbue this delivery with some alacrity. However, the Bofu shipment is very much appreciated. Incidentally, your biosignature indicates somewhat elevated stress levels. Fret not. I shall assist you by extricating my intervention from your mission communications. Indeed, I see you are behind on a number of very important royal duties.
Okay, let's first check our card removers here. So he is at the tech fighters first. Oh, they all are. So maybe I did not forget one. Okay. I didn't. Or it just was set as a default. Okay. So we will attack with Commander in the Alpha role. The fleet name. Oh no, I might have renaming fleet, right? That efficient. Yes, there is the gate. And we will set up satellites there as well. Just to have a warning live. Although that is not 100% secure, it will help. Oh yes, they have stopped the ship while we're not there. So it does work, but it's only very rare. Okay. The problem is to get the ship out of there, we have to go there in person. That can indeed trigger it to explode. So be very careful here. One carrot will immediately contact us. So.
Harold, where have you been? Our connection was interrupted.
Where is it? Oh, down there.
Technicians have not yet figured out why, but the issue seems resolved. Let us get back on course in the pursuit of Her Majesty's diplomatic endeavors. You can find your current tasks in your mission manager. Choose which to pursue first and activate it for further guidance.
SE.
Uh-oh. This window completely deactivates the controls, and that is crap. 25 meters is the max range of the repairs.
Docking granted.
Oh, not in this case, strangely. Okay. Let's get some crew into this vehicle. And proceed. Okay, and we will repair the ship. SE is on their way.
Sir.
Okay.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Okay, now we have a few royal duties to attend to, as we were just being told. And that will give us time to attend. No. Most of them are not that complicated. Some of them said they are. So we could do this. We need just to get a few blueprints for that. We could do this pretty quickly. This as well. This needs us to get standing a little bit up a little bit, and Hatikwa is also very, very quick to do. So we will do these quests tomorrow. And I think we should be able to complete the Queen's Herald tomorrow. And that's what the next episode will be called, the Queen's Herald. So let's wrap up a few things here. First of all, let's have a look at our looters. They have anything in their inventory? 792 items. Basic, okay, very cool items. Especially the high energy catalysts are cool because we need them for modifications. And he has an exceptional weapon chamber, which is brilliant. That is for the higher or the highest modifications. So we will now just drop by there.
Entering system.
Just tell them
choice.
to hand us the inventory. And we'll switch the ship.
Rapier.
Can I help?
The exact same thing. By the way, we can, since I do not have a weapon, but yeah, let's be sure. No, not a deploy later, just escape. Okay. And as soon or as long as we are not with this group, oh, sorry, Squam. Screams sweepers. Our crew is complete again. Tigani Memorial, there he is. I remove all orders and let's set him up to go full range. We do not need resource probes here. Yeah. The vertical offset could be set, but that will increase the number of probes we need. So you'll go around and drop ropes there. Anything else that we need to manage before we log out for tonight? He was supposed to go basically around here, but he has moved himself completely away. Oh. Yeah, there he is. Working. Okay. Okay.
Rapier.
Oh. Yeah, we should get out of this ship quick.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Okay, this is not our own turf, so there are illegal goods here. So we should get rid of them really quickly. Do we have any... have advanced weapon chambers, okay. Advanced engine projector. There are special ships that you can hunt that will drop those modification mods, especially the one for chassis mods in really high quantity. They are by the Duke's Buccaneers. And we will do a day where we just, not just, but where we hunt them. Get it up in here. So, Chip has really, has quite the way behind him. Quite the action. So, what does oh, we get Sofune. There it is. Can not see Kark roaming around here, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's just go there really quick and look around. But this system is quite rich in asteroids, so there might be an a Kark station here that we are not able to see due to all the asteroids and the render distance. Nope. Not that you could immediately see one, but yeah. We will get more information on that tomorrow. Ah, yeah, there's a miner. Good. By the way, I said there is a really good mining stuff here. Just have a look at that. This is brilliant. Even up here. This is really, really, really good stuff. So let's just go back to good old HQ.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Save our game, and we'll then prepare the announcement for tomorrow. And yeah, tomorrow evening. Yeah. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and thanks for watching. If you like what you saw, leave a like and a subscription maybe. And we'll see each other tomorrow night. Have fun and have a wonderful day. Bye bye.